Sorry, I totally forgot to hit this. Hopefully it picks up the transcription before, but I just made notes harder. I'm sorry.
Okay, so
Trans.
as we've done the roll call and all that, that part's done. Call this meeting to order. Motion to accept current agenda now.
What is the agenda?
What is the agenda?
Yeah,
To
I think some people are confused on what it's actually for, what it says. So I just want to
it is to propose, discuss an action to propose the new bylaws um from the bylaws committee.
so discussion and action. Got it.
And is,
Julie.
is this one vote to approve the bylaws, or will they be voted on separately? Is it an all or nothing or a?
Why don't you let Arlen start his presentation, explain why it can't discuss the pieces? I think that there's reasons why it can't be in pieces, of which, Julie, I was there with you. I promise you, I stood in the pool room and said I have to have it in pieces until I actually got into this. I'm like, oh my goodness. So let Arlen go. I would suggest letting him start and explain the
So it
changes and
will
why
be an
it's
all or nothing vote. I
at
mean,
this at this
Well,
point, yes.
let's let them
Let's discuss them first.
Yep.
instead of trying to jump to everything.
Yeah.
Let everybody see the big picture. Um, anyways, okay, where am I at? Am I needing to motion to accept the current agenda at this time?
I make a motion to accept the current agenda.
I
Thank you,
second your
Sam.
motion.
I second.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you. Okay, so there's no committee reports, there's no officer reports because it's a special meeting. Topic specific is regarding the association's bylaws and presenting the proposed in compliance updated bylaws. So at this time, I'm going to give the floor to Arlen and Kamitha to do their presentation. Thank you.
Nikki, Nikki, I need sharing,
Oh, yes. Okay, hold on
please.
one sec.
Please and
Where
thank
are
you.
you? Oop, things are moving around.
And I just want to make it clear, I'm not running this meeting. I am doing the computer sharing documents. So any other governing of parts of this meeting is not me. I'm just sharing the
The
documents.
assistant,
Yes.
the tech guru.
Let's see. There we go. Arlen?
You have that ability now, Kamitha?
I do. So starting the attorney's letter, correct?
Yeah, I was going to start with a little background on this, why we're having this meeting, but seems like everybody wants to shirt tail it and curtail it right away so that we don't
Well,
have it.
okay.
But
So tell me when to share the attorney's letter.
um, first of all, I wanted to give you a little background, people, of why we're here, and the reason we're here is to present our bylaws to be approved because they have not been revised since 2012. That was the task of the committee. I was put in charge of the committee in November, and trying to get this moving forward because there are some definite structure differences between the new bylaws, the old bylaws, and it'll affect different things throughout the whole organization. But where we can start with is the letter from Rosalie, which is going to be shared on your screen. This is the letter that she gave to the committee after reviewing the bylaws and giving her sign off on these things that she legalized with a bunch of legal speech, making sure that we're compliant with ORS 65 statutes and the 501c7 filing status for the IRS as far as tax filing statuses, making sure we're compliant. That was the biggest thing, and that was one of the charges that we were given. These are by that, they make that happen. So that's one of the biggest things is we don't have to worry about it with the new proposed bylaws. Uh, Second thing I'm looking at on this letter that steps out at me is that these new proposed bylaws give the directors um, the permissions and the to run the day-to-day operations more efficiently, where we're not going to be voting on every little thing through the membership. The board can handle it internally, make these decisions, and move forward with business to get things done and streamlined. We won't be having meetings like this, hopefully, or meetings where we're in them for 5 or 6 hours voting on one or two little things. That should be handled internally instead of being externally.
Arlen, are you seeing the letter in the meeting?
Yes.
Okay, sorry to interrupt.
Um, the next point in this letter that she sent, which I'm hopeful that you all have read it, first of all, is that the members become a check on the power of the directors, which means putting the power back to the leagues to regulate the board. As far as if we, the people, don't like what's going on with a director or more than one director, then we have the power to impeach them or, get them out of the office, which is the way that these structured out to be. And these also take away the fiduciary responsibility from every voting member and put it back on the directors. Because right now, currently, every voting member is responsible. The only ones that get any kind of liability coverage through the ordinances and from the organization is the board of directors and the officers. If somebody gets hurt at our tournament, then they can sue you, they can sue me, they can sue everybody in the organization that's a voting member, because we are the ones making the decisions. If we put these through the bylaws through, then that puts the power back to the board, and they are the ones that have that responsibility on them. And they are the ones that are allowed liability coverages through the organization. So that's kind of a big deal, because I see that they're covered now through ordinance, but we are not, and I believe that we need to be covered that way. So last point to drive home on this letter for me was that how she addresses the incorporation of all officers to the board of directors. And that again is to be more efficient and more standardized with the running of the organization. So that way it's not a hierarchy of, well, we're going to do this and you must do this. It's a collective between the officers and the board to come to an agreement and make things work. That would increase our board size currently from 7 to 11. So it will change and affect things as far as a majority vote internally on the board instead is now going to be, 6 with 11 instead of 4. So that's where we're at with that. If anybody has any questions.
Arlen, the point to drive home, which caught my attention, which I agreed to be on this committee thing 2 years ago, is I was told that me as a league operator can be sued. I'm like, what do you mean I can be sued? I'm like, wait a minute, none of this. I'm not on the board. I'm not the organization. And because if we vote on things to make changes as the members, then we can be sued. But the board and the officers are protected by insurance. We're not protected. So if something happens at Chinook Winds, and Chinook Winds says the building was damaged or the loading dock or this happened, if someone wanted to sue, they could go after us league operators. And I'm like, I just volunteer and I just sanction my players and send them to the tournament. I don't want to get sued. And there's no liability for us as league operators. League operators
Right.
and player reps could get sued. What?
Player reps, league operators, and members at large are not afforded the liability coverages by the ORS 65 statutes. They're not. They at this point do have a fiduciary responsibility since we are voting members and voting everything. So this puts that responsibility back on the board to do the right thing, make the right decisions, and they're covered if something happens. We're not. And I personally don't want to be sued because somebody stubbed their toe walking to a table at the tournament, or fell down and wants to sue the organization, and I'm listed in a lawsuit. That's me personally, but other people may feel differently.
No, I agree.
Nikki, I see your hands up.
So I have a few. There is a comment in here in the chat. There's three things. I got a private message, there's a chat, and then I have my own. One of them is the Oregon statute 65.227 default rights, unless the bylaw specifically states otherwise, each member is allowed to vote on each matter. Please show us where the current bylaw states otherwise. Do you have that?
Oh,
It takes some, a good blood to really push it around.
where are we at? Let me look at my other documents. I'm trying to balance two screens because I've got too much other stuff going.
Can you read that again, Nikki?
Yeah, it says the Oregon statute 65.227 default rights, unless the bylaws specifically state otherwise, each member is allowed to vote on each matter. Please show us where the current bylaws state otherwise.
The current bylaws.
The current bylaws?
Yeah, I've seen
The
that statute.
proposed.
No, the current bylaws, that's correct. That's the thing. That's problems. We can vote. That's what puts us liable.
Yes, that's the current statute. The current bylaws state that all members, voting members, all members get a vote. And that's what does create the liability aspect for all members. Where these new bylaws takes that liability off of the voting members, because we'll be only voting to elect people to run the organization. We'll be electing people to, in positions of, secretary, president, vice president, title wise, and voting on only things the board brings to us, minus removal of a board director or an amendment to the bylaws, because our bylaws, which we would get into hopefully today, that it takes 2/3 of a vote of the voting members in attendance to change the bylaws. So that would be a vote of the members. The other thing would be elections, to vote in elected positions. Other than that, we would be moving to more of a standardized structure with the organization, by allowing the board to run the organization.
Yeah.
Okay, then the next question, this is somebody that just wants to ask and remain anonymous. It says, has the attorney seen the final submission that is up for vote? And what are the comments that the attorney has made?
It's interesting. That's the same thing you emailed me. So yes, she has. We have taken her recommendations of things that were, when we submitted it to her for a last review, there was one sentence in there that she changed, and we went with her change. So yes, she has seen the document. Yes, she has approved it. Yes, she has went through it.
Okay, now the question that I have was that it says the very first sentence that the board is the one that has been making these changes. And as far as that was the question I was asking you to start with when we were waiting for the counts and stuff, was all the people that you listed on here, they're not on the board. So it's an error on that letter, that this is a committee that's put together by Tammy. Had you put this committee together, and that is who is doing this. It's not board members, which is okay. It's an error. And the question
true.
is,
Not true. Lawrence is the chairman of the board. He is on the committee. So yes,
Oh,
we have
okay.
been
So
working with
there
him.
is a board member.
Bill Henderson was the chairman of this committee, and he was a board member when it started in 2023. And he's the one that contacted council, which the association approved to go with. So
Yes.
yes, it has been working with the board. Um, and council, I believe, has spoke to the board in a private meeting about things, which I thought you were privy to. Is that not true?
In the last 6 months, while this committee has built this whole entire big change, the only board member has been Lawrence, and I don't know if he's even been invited to all the meetings or not, but I just want to
Chris-
make it clear that everybody knows that that first sentence, the board is not the one that's been doing this. It's been the committee, which is okay, but let's just be true about what is going on here. And my question is, why aren't we getting those letters from the attorney? Like, why are we keeping those secret? Like all of membership, why not just have it open for them to be able to use and read that information? And the redlined document that the attorney sends back that says what we're changing, why don't we get that? Why do we have this confusing side by side thing that takes hours and hours and hours to read?
Well, will you flash that up on the screen for us so we can see that real quickly and
The
ask
quick
everybody
changes?
in the room how easy it would be to digest and read that whole information of any strike through marks,
Yeah.
and show them if they want to read through the strike through. Can you pull that up real quickly, please?
Well, yes. Define quick.
Well,
No, it's right here.
Uh, because what we put together was something that was much more legible and easy to read versus slogging through the whole document with every bit of strike through and
These
different
are,
colored ink.
well, so I actually can, Arlen, let me comment here. So,
Please.
Nikki, so we started out, so my role was just do the techie stuff. I'm like, okay, Arlen, I've got this Word document, it's the world I live in. And so it started out, he, you know, why even waste anyone's time unless we even know if we're in compliance? So I know we took the draft that came from the previous committee team, said, okay, before we waste anyone's time, is this even in compliance? We have to have a baseline. You have to have a baseline document. So that's what went to the attorney. The attorney reviewed it, and then came back to us with a whole bunch of track changes, additions, redlining, etc. And so then there was one meeting with the committee, and we started to go through it. And I'm very proficient in Word, and it was not legible. It was just so much track changes. And now that's where, let's see, Lawrence, Sam, Suzanne, and um, Shirley was there. It's like this
Shirley
is
and Bill
really Sam.
Henderson.
Yeah, it was like not legible. I'm like, okay, so we went through, accepted her changes, accepted, rejected. Um, her changes. And then there were some sections like this was just it was not legible. Like so, um, then that copy of our revision of addressing her suggestions was frozen. That document had not been touched until the second meeting, of which the same people were there, and we continued going through all the changes. Once we accepted, rejected all those changes, we came up with the document, we polished it, fine-tuned it, and we sent it back to the attorney. There was grueling document management. Sent it back to the attorney, said, here's what we have. And then she got back to us, and she accepted almost everything. And there's some things that we had said, no, we don't want to do this. And she said, well, you could take that away, but it doesn't matter. Oregon statute trumps anyway. So we're like, okay, we added it back in. So this document that you've seen in the side by side is what came back from the attorney. But these comments of, I want to see the highlighting, I want to see the before and after, I want to see what's changed. It is illegible. It is just look at
This
this
is
nasty.
common.
Microsoft Word had 1,000 changes. Actually, the first draft I went through, it said 947 changes, of which It was spellings, it was renumeration or renumbering. New sections were added, things were moved, and it was irresponsible to ask this group to look at 1,000 changes when the words may not have changed or just slightly been changed and move sections. So this is was prepared and not sent. So to highlight the changes, I'm very proficient in it, and it was grueling for it was for time. So it was out of respect of people's time.
Thank you. Because to me, it's exactly the opposite because I had to look at both and try to figure out what was different. And they write laws like this and they change laws. And this is very common practice. This is why the attorney sent it to you that way. So you could see what's there and what's changed. And for all of us to see what's there and what changed, because it creates wonder of like
Yep.
what's being deleted because now I have to read this twice on each line, each paragraph to see what changed. And it created untrust is what it did. Now you
I,
have to read this
Yeah.
and read that, but you don't know actually what was
well,
cut out and what was put in. And
and
I yield.
I'm with you because I was that person screaming, I want to see until I created this side by side over a year ago that was printed out and taken to, it was not Pendleton, it was by Yakima. It was last year. And when I started to do this, I was like, oh my goodness, I can see why just looking word by word, it wasn't a simple wording change. And so this has been, the side by side was the best presentation for people to digest. And I agree it's you had to read it a little in depth. This is not redlined because I just showed you I could do that redlined. But I think that so Arlen, you're up up whatever all these hours up to 3 o'clock in the morning, 3:30, 4 o'clock. I think each section, if Arlen can explain the differences in context, and I think you'll actually be impressed if we could go through this and say, okay, there really isn't any changes here. Maybe it's wording changes, but it's not changing the structure of our organization, which I had the trepidation as too. Trepidation to begin with as well. So I can stop. There's hands up.
Go ahead, Michael.
I do appreciate all the time you guys have spent, and I like you both. Um, so I guess the fact that like there's 1,000 changes, some tiny, some more important, and we're supposed to accept them all or none makes me uncomfortable. I also, it was my understanding of the committee was going to kind of clean up the language and make it make more sense. I thought that was the mandate, and instead it seems to restructure our entire organization as far as the board and the leadership roles, and it just makes me uncomfortable. I also I did want a side by side of highlighted what the changes were, and not to give anybody a headache, but also a little blurb of why the change was made, which I know might sound impossible, but I would like to understand why each change was made. I think that's a reasonable question, which also goes towards why I think it would be better to do this a little chunk at a time. Um, yeah, that's how I feel about it.
Okay, well, I'll address that, Michael. The little chunk at a time. Rosalie, our attorney, the counsel that we used, recommended that it be done in entirety, not chunk by chunk by chunk, because if something gets changed between chunks that may oppose itself, then we have bigger issues. Then we have to go back and change the other section if this other section changes. So accepting the document in its entirety is what she recommended. The attorney recommends that, not going through section by section by section, so we don't have a contradiction somewhere. That way it follows through, it's a flowing document, and it moves through and creates a actual document instead of, okay, well, we did this, but now we're going to change this to this. Now we're going to change this to this. So that's why this needs to go through in entirety, not through section by section.
Which just points to why I think it's important to have it highlighted what the changes are, what they used to say, and why the change was made, if we're expected to do that.
Michael, if you
Uh,
trust me, I had that same feeling to begin with until I get into this. And you have to take the time to, I mean, we have at least, well, 15 hours of meetings in it with the committee, 2 meetings totaling about 15 hours. And then I know just document management of creating this and seeing, because I too want to see the words, because I'm like pretty particular. I'm like, how was this section changed? How was this section changed word by word? I was getting particular to say, wait a second, we had pool space players. No, no, no. Why did she change it? Well, there's a reason, because this is what's registered with the state articles or whatever.
And
So we
I and
should,
I do understand that, but
yeah.
in this document, we've eliminated the checks and balances of the president, vice president, and the board. Now it's one thing. We've also given the league operators a lot more power and taken power away from our voting members. It's just there's just some huge changes.
Well, why don't we get in it? And I think we should get in and discuss it because to say that power has been taken away and given, everything's following statute. And so that's, I hear you because I guess I'm a player rep versus league operator. But I was going to say I'm a league operator and I'm a power hungry person too. So I get that. Um, so I think we should just get into it and see. Because I mean, if you aren't, I think it is good for people to question it. That shows they're invested. So to see so many people that's kind of a little nervous about this, that shows they care and they're invested. And so I think Arlen should get an opportunity to explain some of the changes and why. I mean, he just, we have to be in statute. We have to, and we don't want to be potentially sued. Just takes a rogue person to want to sue. I don't want to be sued, player rep or operator. Mm-mm.
Right. I just like to have a chance to say my 2 cents. And now that I've said it, I'm good. I'm when we vote, I'll be good one way or the other. Thank you guys for all your hard work.
It
It's
was
the
a
other,
committee, not just us.
yeah, it was a committee effort, Michael. Um, I see other hands up, Julie. I see yours. Let's see what address your concerns.
I have a couple questions. Are we in compliance now? Are our current bylaws in compliance? Are we breaking any laws? Are we, because you have stated that we were in compliance.
We are in compliance right now. The
Okay.
voting members have no liability insurance. That is one
Right,
big
and
change.
we
If
brought
ever,
that to the voting members' attention last year, when the board met with the attorney, and we brought the letter last year that explained that. Correct?
no. What was presented, if you're talking about the paragraph that was presented about the board being in control.
Paragraph? No, we presented a letter from the lawyer.
Okay.
A,
Um,
a snippet. We only got to see a snippet of the
we
letter.
only saw on screen a snippet of that letter. We never saw the whole thing. That was presented by Lawrence, I believe. He can correct me if I'm wrong.
I'll have to
It
go
was
back.
emailed to
But I'm
everybody.
pretty
It was
sure
emailed to every single person.
yes, the letter went out with the meeting notice. It was the full letter from Rosalie, the attorney.
And I read
And
the entire letter.
So there's just a lot of, everybody asked for the side by side, the red line, whatever. And I understand that you're saying how hard it was to understand, but I also believe that the people here are intelligent enough to look through that as well, or at least see it. So if they see something in the bylaws, they can say, huh, I don't get that. They can go back and look at the red line and see what was changed.
It was
And then,
sorry.
go ahead.
Well, it was a document in progress. So to show the progression throughout the months would be, I'm as irresponsible. If you want to, I mean, this document's in progress. So to take a version when the committee, which is their charge, has not even gone through and reviewed that, could be considered a waste of time. It's like that was I mean, you guys have a full plate. We have a full plate. Not we, they. You have a full plate. So there was not really a draft in which the committee had finished going through until we finished going through the whole section and we sent it to the attorney.
Okay, so
That version is about the only version that was, I would think the committee would be comfortable sending because they had finished going through her comments.
So you can understand that this is a huge thing to change, and it took you guys months to go through it and figure it out, and we're being given a meeting to change it all, to vote to change everything, not part of it, not sections of it, all of it.
Kind of scary, huh?
It's kind of a lot to ask people to do in
It
one meeting.
is. It is. Hey, I'm the one that's been working on the document with the attorney. I totally can understand the nervousness of that. And so, if you can trust your committee, which has gone through it, every single thing we did, Lawrence, we had Arlene, do you agree? Lawrence, you agree? Sam, you went through all of them. They all agreed with all the changes. I too was saying, okay, Arlen, we need to talk about these changes rather than going word by word. We read through these of how to present it. It's like, oh, well, the changes here, it doesn't change the context of anything. So I know that Arlen has notes. I've seen them, they're typed up. Well, I have them typed up that of explaining the changes because some of these changes was like, oh, that's really no change. So sentence structure change, that's no change. So I too want to be put at ease by the changes.
Okay, and
I was there. I pushed it.
right. One more comment. There's arguments about whether the board was involved in this. The board was not involved in this. The top of that letter says the board was involved and we were not. I had no prior knowledge to any of this. I understand that you say that Lawrence is part of the committee. You also, Arlen, told me at the last meeting that you had to have a board member on the committee, not that they had to be present at the meetings. So no, the board has not had presence in this. So yeah, this is all, as far as trust goes, there just seems to be a lot of things going on. If we go back to the board meeting in January when we were discussing having a meeting with the attorney, and members there that knew there was a meeting scheduled and we weren't told about it. So the trust thing is a little iffy for me, but I just want you guys to understand that you're asking us to change the entire bylaws. They're not being presented as we asked. They're not being presented as you asked, Kamitha, as Arlen said they were. I understand that your feelings on that have changed, but everybody's feelings on that has not changed. And that's all I got.
Well, I didn't want to waste anybody's time with going through 1,000 track changes, Julie, because people hit double space on things or put a semicolon where there should be a period. I didn't think that was worthy of wasting people's time with going through 1,000 different changes from the document that we received back from the attorney, versus what we sent her, with her clarifying and cleaning it up. And what we did was just that. We told her we didn't want her to spend money of the organization and waste her time doing these changes. So we chose to do the changes she recommended. And when we saw grammar and spelling or spacing, punctuation, we went ahead and did those ourselves.
Grammar.
No, like we said, some things were removed, something was
Some
added,
things were added, some
clarified.
things were removed, some things were moved in the document that into different sections. So to do a highlighted section of this year versus that made it very difficult. You're going to see that even in the side-by-side comparison, the numbers don't line up because sections were added, sections were moved.
When all of this blew up on Facebook and everybody asking for the side by side, can I ask why you didn't just send out the red line copy for everybody to see and maybe figure out those things for themselves?
On Facebook?
No.
Why would I put it out on Facebook? First of all, that's not
the membership. You
do.
Sent me this side by side a week later to send, or a couple of days later to send out. Why not also include the red line that everybody was asking for?
Because to look at the red line is more confusing than what you see and breaking it down side by side to compare it.
I think the track changes, which I just showed, can be used egregiously to install fear. It's intimidating. It really shows how much was changed, but it's kind of misleading because taking a section and moving it is going to cause a lot of redlining. And I would look at that and go, I would just kind of go crazy. And it was a matter of let him explain how we had to identify the structure. The redlining was just crazy. You saw 1,000 changes. And yeah, why we didn't send it? I don't deal with social media.
I wasn't asking you to put it on Facebook. I'm saying, why wasn't it sent out to the membership for us to decide whether we were intelligent enough or
It
able
wasn't an
to
insulting
block through?
intelligence, but what I did see on Facebook was people getting kind of nasty, and I don't want to play those games. So I'm like, I'm not going to partake in that nastiness. So for me, I just stayed on the committee. It's like, this is what
So,
we have.
but the question is,
Point of
why was
order.
the red?
Point of
Okay,
order.
thank you.
How we got to this document is not on the
Yeah.
agenda. Just the document is
Yeah.
on the agenda.
So we should
Tammy,
just,
can you
whatever
please
you did,
give the
go with.
meeting over to Arlen so he can talk about the document and highlight the changes for everybody? Because from what I understand, that's what their plan is to do that right now.
Arlen asked for questions. He's got hands raised. He should be able to answer those questions
Yep.
that he asked for.
Okay, my point of order is against Arlen asking for questions because how we got here is not on the agenda. It's
So-
just the document. That's on the agenda.
So the conversation could be spent quickly answering these questions. If I had my hand raised, I'd want to be able to answer my question. Can we move this quickly? I would suggest we have Martin and Elaine and Suzanne went up and down because I'd like to move to this.
Yeah.
It's been an hour and a half.
Correct. My interpretation of this is the vicarious liability of the league owners or league operators. That is the main change. The rest of it was basically wording, punctuation, clarity. So the main objective here is to get the league operators off of that vicarious liability in the lawsuits. And all the different wording and changing it and all that stuff, that is irrelevant. Who got to see it, when it was done? The committee did this, and I commend them for doing this. This is taking on a lot. The new one. Can we just go over the new one? And that's it. The old one is 2012. That's 13 years of not adjusting anything. And as a league operator, I don't want to get sued. And I think all league operators and players representatives are in that decision. They don't want to be sued for something that happened at a tournament. So that's the main adjustment of the bylaws from what I read and understand. If we just stick to going over the new document, forget the old one, go over the new one, learn it, and approve it or vote it out. That's what we're here for today, from what I understand. And all the other stuff, who got to see what and everything else, is irrelevant. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
You would be correct, Martin. Elaine, I see your hands up. It's been up for a while. I'd like to hear what you have to say. I love hearing what you have to chime in on.
You're funny. So Kamitha and Arlen, your explanation of the track changes is spot on. Personally, I've written a lot of technical docs, sent things to publications. This is very standard procedure that you get down to a certain point and then we are reviewing. It doesn't insult anyone's intelligence. It's a big time saver. And the big thing you pointed out is moving from here to there, it's very difficult to follow. You start out, get to a base point, beyond the base point until we're almost where we're at, and then review occurs. That's all I wanted to say about that. And number two, Arlen and Kamitha, are you prepared to actually today show us where the meat and potato changes are to our bylaws. I thought that's what was happening today. I don't care about this change to the or semicolons and all that shit, spacing. It doesn't matter. Can you tell us where the big changes are so that people can hear them now?
Arlen.
Yes.
Good.
Chris, let's get this going and move on, please.
Okay, I'd like to be afforded the same thing. I just want you to, just so everybody can understand, could you read your charge for your committee for us also? We're all on the same page of what you were tasked to do, please.
I was never given that by the previous committee chairman.
So, so when you took over as committee chair, you don't know what your committee is supposed to do?
Didn't say that. That wasn't your question.
My question is, could you read the charge for your committee, please?
I was never given that
So you're
verbatim.
saying,
I was never given that.
so Arlen, do you understand what the charge of your committee was? What was
Yes.
responsibility as the committee? What was your job to do?
As I understand it from the previous, from being on the committee from 2023 and from the previous chairman, was to update, revise, and make compliant and with current standards of all the statutes that we must comply with our current bylaws to do that.
And policies and procedures, Arlen?
Policies and procedures was another part of this committee that Bill separated me from. And I never worked with policies and procedures until now. I understand when I took over that it was two separate or same committee with two separate charges to update the policies and procedures, but I had never had privy to that. Bill separated the committee, but in half, one side bylaws, one side P&P. I was never given anything to work on with P&P, only bylaws. Then I was asked to be the chairman of the board of this committee, and I moved forward with it, moving forward with what I was working on, and then understood, oh, I have to work on P&P as well. So that one hit me from behind, but that the main charge is making sure that we get our bylaws compliant and current with today's standards to then create the policies and procedures, because bylaws supersede policy. It's not the other way around.
Correct.
Help answer anything for you, Chris?
Yep. I just wanted to make sure that you were to rewrite the bylaws, or not, sorry, not to rewrite, but to make sure we were in compliance, which you have stated several times that we are. To answer Martin, the bylaws may have been written in 2014, but those are the ones we currently operate. I'm sure Arlen would agree with that the association currently runs underneath those bylaws. But I just want to make sure that if you were in fact charged with reorganizing the association as part of your charge, that's okay. But I'm just making sure that your charge was to make sure we were in compliance with the current Oregon revised statutes. And that's what you're saying. So thank you.
I'm kind of concerned about the reorganizing the organization, because that wasn't a charge of the committee. It was to get things in statute, and the attorney came back and said, you need to figure out your organization.
Sure, but
so she created that.
But we weren't against the law at that point. That was not against the statute, right?
No,
I
it
know.
wasn't.
Thank you.
No, it wasn't. But per council's recommendation, her first order of business was to say to get your board in order to run the business, run the organization, and structure it to a more standardized operation of a nonprofit organization, which, according to her, most nonprofits do not have a board of directors and then officers underneath them. They are one and the same. Her recommendation was to have the president of the organization also be the chairman of the board, which we chose would be, as a committee, we all decided that that would be too much work for one person to take on. So we wanted to keep the structure different, the way it is with a board chairman and president with their own duties, but also be incorporating the president to the board and increasing the board of directors size. So we're just trying to follow, I'm trying to follow what the committee's job was to make it a more standardized
Well, and
way
that's
of
why
doing things.
if your charge was to make it more standardized, if your charge is to become compliant, that's okay. But it seems like that we are reorganize the organization. Again, I'm not arguing
It's not
for
reorganizing the organization, Chris. It's
Yeah.
standardizing what is in practice.
but you're reorganizing the way it currently sits. And we can have this debate in a little bit. I do want you to get going. I just want to hear your charge. If you don't know it, that's fine. Thank you.
I got a weird question to ask. Okay, so we sat here talking for an hour and a half about talking about maybe getting to what we're supposed to talk about. Am I the only one that's getting old and now after an hour and a half has to go to the bathroom because we've been talking about getting to what we're supposed to be talking about? And I'm supposed to show this on the screen. I'm not joking. Arlen, you can continue. I'm going to go on this and I'm taking a little break, please. Because if we're going to sit here and go through these, buckle up, baby. Here we come.
Exactly.
Well,
Okay.
I want to hear what Suzanne has to say, please, before we move forward.
Well, I'm more of a big picture type person. I like to see progress, but I also like to understand it. So I can sympathize or empathize with both sides. Um, in sitting in on the meeting, I had little intention to be actually part of the working document, but it was clear that there are roles that were not clarified within the document, and that was one of the objectives that Rosalie was had been she had been pushing for some time, I guess. I wasn't a part of the beginning of it, so I don't know. But she made it very clear that there needed to be roles needed to be defined better. And then the discussion got into, okay, these leagues are owned in different states and they are independent of the organization, correct? And that is correct. That is a correct factual statement. So that's when it got very clear that there was a misunderstanding that the individual players made up the organization and were independent of the league operators and not the other way around. So it also set up a hierarchy of that the fact that the board is now made up of the officers and independent board members, of which come from the league operators and their assigned player reps according to the requirements within the document. Okay. With that, then the autonomy of the league operators is still held. And the hierarchy of the organization is that the membership, the voting membership, now holds the board and officers accountable, which puts the power back in, but not the fiduciary responsibility that is covered by the liability policy, of which I used to sell, write, do all kinds of things. So the legal document was very understandable to me from that standpoint. It separates out the fiduciary responsibility and the legal liability of the organization. We are a volunteer organization. We are also a nonprofit organization. That needed to be clearly stated. What wasn't clear within our old bylaws was we had board members and we had officers, and only the board members could impeach an officer, and yet the members can only impeach a board member. And now it's the members holding the board, which is made up of both, accountable and can, impeach or can vote to impeach. We voted in at one point in time to change to allow an individual or a couple of the officers they could run for board seats. In my opinion, that's just taking up space. That's taking up another vote. And it's not any disrespect to any individuals or anything like that. As vice president, if I wanted to if I wanted to run for the board right now, I could, but I would be taking up another seat that was meant for a voting member to occupy, to be a part of. And it's like I said, I'm a big picture person, and this streamlines it for moving forward, success, accountability, transparency, and getting things done with the liability going to the board, the whole board, and being protected for those decisions, and the membership holding them accountable. That's usually the way things get done, and they get done more effectively. Thank you.
Lawrence, I see you have your hand up.
It's just a real quick add. I just wanted to clarify some things. The officers and board members could always be removed by the membership. It said that the board of directors could recommend, but the membership had to remove them. It wasn't just solely on the board to removing officers. I just wanted to clear that up.
Thank you.
Okay, Arlen, you told me we are not taking a break.
Correct.
Does all 49, there's only 49 left, agree?
Actually, I'll ask anybody. We've been sitting here, we've only been debating this for roughly 30 minutes because it took roughly an hour to get us to where we could start this meeting. So do people want to take a 5-minute break and come back at it, or a 10-minute break and come back at it?
I'd continue.
Okay.
I'm not seeing anybody opposing, so
I think that would be up to the president whether we take a break or not.
Let's just get it into the meat and potatoes of it and get it done.
Okay. We'll start with the hors d'oeuvres, the easy section. Arlen, so Arlen and I were talking about how to present this, and so the side by side. So we're going through each section, and Arlen has the notes. It's like, let's interpret this for people. There's a reason why you trust people on a committee. So the whole section by section, he has some notes of what the differences and changes are. Yes, they're not subjective, but we've kind of done the work for you, so you don't have to read it word by word. So Arlen, you have your notes, and if we just go through this, I'll take the easy one. This section, pool players, we had to remove the space because this is what the articles of the state are, and which the attorney said you could actually, what's the right words? You could submit to change the articles if you wanted to put a space in there. So we needed the bylaws to match the articles with the state, and so I had to remove that space. Okay, Arlen, that's easy section. There you go.
okay. Let me get through this.
And I need you guys let me know if I need to enlarge it. I can enlarge it. Actually, let me just enlarge as much as I can. That's large.
There you go.
There, it's big as I can go right now. To
Okay.
do side by side. I do have a copy of the, anyways. Go ahead, Arlen.
Okay. We have, as she stated, the section 1 where it says the amendments, that was removed per council. She stated that it didn't need to be there, that all we needed to do was make sure that we keep an accurate record in the minutes book of when and if a bylaw is amended or repealed. And so as long as we're doing that and setting that, she said you don't need to put that in there every time that there's a change. And as it's stated there. So moving on to section 1.1, the name is the way it is and nothing changed. There's no changes whatsoever. Section 1.2 is simply a better definition of the purposes and objectives, and it quotes statute, or it doesn't quote statute, but it puts things into what statute where we're at. It references it which is things anytime you see that there's a reference section to chapter ORS 65, then that's by statute that's there. It's a reason it's there. So when you see that, it's not because we just wanted to put it in, it's because it needs to be there and have reference to it. So moving on, because there is no changes other than 1.3 does also
So Arlen,
refer to
oh,
6.5 of the new bylaws.
sorry.
Yeah, 1.3, moving on to 1.3, remuneration. Remuneration in the old bylaws was in a few different sections, and it's in also a couple of different sections of the new bylaws. It refers to Article 6.5 of the new bylaws, the proposed. So that's the only change to that section. 4 remuneration is now 1.3 remuneration. And then we move on
Okay,
from
so pause.
that.
So let's pause. Article 1, I'm looking at your notes right here at another screen. He's in the other room. So I know that you went through this. Do you let people, if they have any comments, questions, whatever? So Article 1 of the changes. Pre he just Arlen explained what the interpretation of really what's changed. So I, for one, was that person that said word for word, nah, word for word, right? And then after then that takes us to here because I've already explained that. So he kind of highlighted the differences, the true changes. So you could yourself go through word by word and see what's changed, but I kind of hammered Arlen pretty hard last night about, wait a second, this has changed, this has changed. So I think he's looking at the notes of what really has changed in Article 1.
Yeah, I'm summarizing the differences of what I'm trying to do to not
Yeah.
waste anybody's time. Before we move on to section 2, I see there's one hand up. Martin, is that something you in 1.1 and 1.2, the only 2 sections there, 1.3 that you have a question about?
Yeah, I don't really have a question. It was just an observation. Everything was worded pretty much the same, just changes in wording and the adding of the ORS. Uh, so, looking at it, everything's pretty standardized. Same
Right.
thing.
Okay.
Cool.
Thank you. Moving on, trying to get through this. So I'm trying to move fast because everybody's here. 2.1, the changes on 2.1 are regarding the mailing address being registered, and that previously it had to be for a registered agent for the state of Oregon for our nonprofit status. We had to have membership voting on and be approved by the members to change the mailing status and the mailing address and the person. And 2.1, what it does is allows the board of directors to do that, where we don't have to have a meeting to do that amongst the members. So if we're changing to one person to the other with an election change or an appointment of said position, that the board has the authority and the permissions to do that without holding a meeting to vote on that specific topic. Currently, I don't recall ever it being voted on. Last I understood, the person on record was Darcy Williams. And then I was informed it is no longer Darcy Williams, it is Rob Cameron. So personally, I don't recall a meeting where we've ever voted on that. So I don't know how that came about, but that's all that 2.1 says as far as a change, is allowing the board to do it instead of having the membership or the members vote for it. So
To add to that real quick, Arlen, it was voted on, a membership approved the board's decision to change all that stuff when we changed it from Darren, from Darcy before.
So it was amended in the bylaws that you've done that?
No, we
Then
presented it at a membership meeting, I believe, for the members to approve the actions the board took at a meeting. I think we did that. I'm pretty sure, but Julie could probably tell us later.
Okay.
Well,
I was
so
not
regardless,
at
well,
that meeting
I believe
regardless.
it, I believe it was at a board meeting, Lawrence. It wasn't presented to the membership.
I was never privy to that information until you spoke about it in one of our meetings, Lawrence, with the
okay.
committee that Rob Cameron was the
Okay.
person. I had no idea who that was.
So all these changes are not Arlen. These changes are not Lawrence. These changes are not Sam. These changes are not me. These changes stem from a draft that was from the previous committee to try to make changes. It went to the attorney. So what we're looking at of the new stuff is from the attorney. She approved them. So
Yeah.
this attorney, so Arlen's pointing out the differences. So this one, I had quite the discussion with Arlen last night. I'm like, wait a second, because I moved into reading word by word. And then I'm like, okay, pull out what this means. It means the changing the address. It does not have to be approved by the members, it's approved by the board. I'm like, oh, that's all the change. I said, then don't make me read all these words. Specifically point out this is just changing the address. It's not by the members, it's by the board. So I'm
Correct.
like, okay.
Article 2, the way it's written, the revised Article 2, it makes more sense for the board to do that, not every general member.
Yeah.
Correct. So moving on.
Well, Elaine.
Oh, Elaine had your hand up. I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, just one quick question. I noticed the others were presidents, and Rob is not a president, and I don't think you're a board member. So does it have, can it be anybody? I mean, could it be my address? Just curious. Is that
Has to
legal?
be somebody in Washington. I'm sorry,
Has to be
Oregon. Sorry,
somebody in
Oregon.
Oregon. Has to be
Oh,
somebody listed in Oregon.
oh, thank God. Okay, thank you.
Hmm. And they have to accept that too. We can't just throw it at somebody.
Well, so
Um,
that is the end of Article 2. Boom, Arlen. Article 1, 2, done.
yeah, we're moving on to
Any
Article 3,
questions?
which
You got to let me
Elaine, I
pause.
don't,
Anyone?
okay, I don't think we see anything.
Okay.
Article 3 is a new section added, covering accounting and just basically a definition of that. And it refers to Article 7.3.d, which explains the duties of the treasurer at that point. So there's really nothing more. I mean, before it was, we may have offices outside the state. Well, that's stating that we can still do, I mean, all we're doing is defining the accounting of the organization in Article 3. It is new, but it's nothing more than a definition.
Is there
Any
any reason to,
questions?
Arlen, is there any reason to show 7.3D right now?
I hope not. We can get to it when we
Okay.
get down to that, so we're not jumping all the way through the document back and forth.
Oh, I had a trick, but that's okay. All right.
Moving on.
So we talked about this.
Yeah.
I'm
Article
thinking
4.
this
Which
is where, so I want to make a comment on document management. So this was very challenging. Not that I couldn't do it, but it was just challenging. The numeration, the outlining, the numbers are going to be off. So you go from 4.1 to 4.4. It was miserable. So my goal in creating the side by side was coming from the same statements that coming from the same point that I did 2 years ago. I'm like, no, I need to see every word side by side. I need to know. I need to know. And so I kept the side by side, our current bylaws in their exact order on the left. And so to identify how it changed, it was not a direct side by side. So I pulled all of the contextual text that was similar from our current bylaws and I moved them side by side so we could get a better maybe review of the before and after. So that's why the rights and duties, when it comes to rights and obligations, it's actually 4.4 and then 4.18. So the numbering is all off. And I'm scrolling through this on purpose because this whole Article 4, I personally think, and we talked last night, that it's best to review Article 4 in its entirety in its entirety in the new bylaws, because this is where the redefining or rewording the actual structure of our organization. And Suzanne, you always explain this very, very well. So I'm not going to explain this, but Arlen, so this is the kind of alludes to what Suzanne was talking about earlier, the voting members, the definition of what a player is. The leagues own the players. The players are owned by the leagues. The leagues then sanction their players with Western BCA. All the leagues have their votes. So each league is a member. They have a vote for league operator and the player reps of the definition. And then those voting members will vote in the directors and the officers and the organization. At which point, as an operator, I still own the players. They are just people that I sanction into the organization. So, Arlen, I'm going to stop talking because I could talk forever in section 4. So, do you want to, you and Suzanne and Sam, you want to explain how the membership type, the voting members?
It still
Yeah, section
creates
4.
it still
Go ahead.
creates the autonomy of the league operators as independent leagues and
Correct.
as members of the organization. And the players pay a sanction fee the same as they pay a sanction fee for BCA, of which our league operators are a member of, to be able to play and have the benefits of, etc. It's a matter of being still creating the autonomy and having the hierarchy, but also a flow through so that you have individuals such as the board members and the directors, which are now board members, that are responsible for have a fiduciary responsibility to the organization as a whole and the players in their entirety, of which are made up of leagues with players. It's a hierarchy and it just defines it. It doesn't eliminate anything because
Correct.
a
Yes.
regular player never had a vote unless they were a player rep, a league operator, or a member at large.
Correct. So what this 4.1 does is actually, you spot on. It defines our organization as far as the members in the organization and their roles, um, between voting members, non-voting members. And as it states, when we approached Rosalie about this and we were discussing it, she was under the impression that Western BCA appoints league operators and appoints player representatives, and they were in control of everything. She was not aware that they were independent leagues that joined this organization. So once she understood that, it became a matter of how to create a voting member that works in the organization. So that's where we came up with that the league itself is the voting member. And then we're allotted one league operator vote and one vote for every 30 players for representation of that league for its size. And those are the voting members of the organization as well as the members at large that are elected. So this is just strictly a definition and a breakdown of and classification, and shows that there are two classes of voting in the organization. Because of the structure, you have the board, the executive level, which votes amongst themselves for things to pass and move forward. And you have the members, the voting members that are player operator or player representatives, league operators, and members at large that vote on other matters such as bylaw changes, elections, or anything the board says we need to put it out to the players and get their votes. We need to see what the membership wants. They can certainly do that. So that's what this is going towards. I see a hand up. Go ahead, Nikki.
Yeah, so does that make it so right now the member at large, the members vote if who we want as a member at large? Now, would that go away and now the league operator gets to choose all the reps and the at-large people are not picked by the members anymore?
No, members at large are still an elected position. And you can run, anybody can run for a member at large position. They don't have to be a league operator, a player rep. They can be a player in the organization. They can be the eye doctor down the street that wants to get involved and have an input towards it. That's the idea of a member at large position, is somebody from inside or outside the organization can run for that position and have a vote. We've had member at large. We've had Dwayne Payne. He was a member at large. He was the referee that had as head referee. Rick Jones was listed as a member.
Oh my God.
Arlen, I don't think anything changed on the members at large. It's still the same. That's if we went back to the side by side, the members at large was pretty much the same. Members at large. Let's say I got them side by side. Up to 5 members at large for elected annually. I don't think much changed there.
No.
And do they still vote on, do they still get a vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Member at large will get a vote, as well as league operators and player representatives when it comes to member voting.
I
Does
think
it, does it say in here about once they're elected as an officer or a board member that now they don't have the ability to vote? Where does it say that? Because I've been looking at old bylaws, new bylaws, the side by side, and it's rather confusing because there's a lot of documents on here.
it is. And
It
Arlen,
is.
I'll take this. And perfect question. That is addressed in a lower section
Okay.
of the rights, the voting. That was a weird sound. Oh, someone wants admitted. Okay. So the one thing, there was part of league operator, each league. So it's the league operators. The league operators get to appoint their player reps. They're in control. Each league may decide how to appoint and remove its own player representatives. Western BCA does not get to dictate how or who they pull in for player reps or the time frame. It's league operator that's in control of their player reps. So they can say, well, we're gonna have you a player rep for this 3 months on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. You'll be a player. I'm just kidding. But as long as they follow the responsibility of leagues must provide 15 days notice. So the leagues, the league operator, the leagues are in control of who and how their player reps are assigned. Okay, so section 4 just kind of defines our organization, but Arlen, let's have you take the hands.
Julie, I see your hands up.
This question it really was the same in the other bylaws, so I just want some clarification on it. In several different places in the bylaws, it says according to policies and procedures. Most of the people here, I would think 90% of the people here have never seen our policies and procedures. They're not listed anywhere for the people to see. We also, there's confusion on who votes on the policies and procedures. So since the policies and procedures are mentioned so many times in the new bylaws and the old bylaws, who votes on the policies and procedures and who writes them?
Currently, or in the proposed bylaws document you have?
It's proposed bylaws.
Both. Currently, the members would be voting on whether or not to accept a policy change, because the members vote on that. Proposed would be internally handled by the board of directors to create policy and then write those policies and move forward with that. They wouldn't need a vote from the members on a policy that they want to, put in. It would be internally with them. That's giving the board the power to do that.
They can go to membership for opinions and votes, but
it could go to membership if the board can't decide what they think is best and they want to put it to the members, they have that option.
So we're putting in these bylaws that the board will essentially write or approve or not approve the policies and procedures. So as of right now, I mean, I raise a hand of who's seen policies and procedures, let alone I don't remember ever really voting on them. So yeah, okay, I just wanted to see it seems like if we're passing bylaws or even our old bylaws say according to policies and procedures, we should also know what those policies and procedures are.
Correct. No argument there.
They can be changed separately. They don't have to be passed at the same time because the policies the bylaws trump the policies and procedures. The policies and procedures are internal and they can be modified, such as your dress code policy. Not yours, but the dress code policy, for instance. So that's a policy that can be changed. That's not in the bylaws because the bylaws governs the organization. The policies and procedures is how we manage our product, which our product of Western BCA is two tournaments.
But it
So those
says right here that in the bylaws that this will be done according to policies and procedures.
correct. So guess we better get them written, huh? But it's what it's saying is that it's not mandated by the bylaws, that it's talking about the policies and procedures. The policies cannot go against the bylaws, but there's a couple places which talks about policies and procedures. And notice even I didn't raise my hand when we said who's seen the policies and procedures. So that goes with maybe a policy that is written that talks about document retention and how do we get access to those policies and procedures.
Yeah,
But
and
they're
can someone
separate, Julie.
answer why well, they're not separate though, because they're listed in tandem here. This player representation must be currently qualified according to the policies and procedures. So it is not separate.
Can I jump in and say something real quick on that? So my understanding is, I know that the policies and some of the policies and procedures were being written. However, the lawyer also said that the policies and procedures need to be written from the bylaws, not the bylaws being written from the policies and procedures. So you have to have the bylaws first in compliance and all in order, and then write the policies and procedures from that.
Correct.
And why are the policies and procedures not public?
Well, that I can't answer. I'm not in charge of what
Right.
gets
Not yet.
published.
Anybody answer that?
Well, is all I can say is that I don't have all current policies and procedures, or that I have seen them. I know Bill was working on them.
Well, they can't be current if they weren't voted on, right? I mean, nobody seems to have the policies.
I don't know. I don't know what policies and procedures have even been voted on that I know of.
Can we get a point of order? Can we talk about what we're talking about with this article versus the policies and procedures? This is a totally off tangent subject.
Well, I disagree. If I'm voting on this article that says we are going to do it according to policies and procedures, I should know what the policies and procedures are.
Well,
I understand, but we're talking about article for the membership. So if we're talking policies and procedures, we should change the subject. But I assume that this is what we're talking about right this very second.
Well, if this goes through, Julie, then you'd be on the board, or the board gets to write the policy and procedure.
If I'm on the board, what if I'm not on the board? I mean, what
Well,
if
then we're just going to have to trust who is on the board then, huh? They get to write the policy and procedure.
well, we got to trust. Yeah, we got to trust a lot of people, apparently.
Well, hey, we're in the same boat. We have to trust you. You're on the board. So no matter what, we're going to have to trust the board. But they get to write the policy and
Point
procedure.
of order, please.
Okay. So, Elaine?
Yeah.
Okay. Just one quick about policy and procedures, Chris. I recall before the website was updated that Bill put a draft out there on the old website because I know I've seen it. So, but where it is now, I don't know, and whether it was approved, that I can't answer. But I do have a question about 41A1 player reps. I have a note here, having read the document. It says must be currently qualified according to or intend to fully qualify in their league, a player rep. So what is fully qualified? Is that the minimum 8 weeks? I'm assuming. And then secondly, I guess I could intend to qualify forever and never do it. Why is intend in the document? That's it.
Okay. To address that, we have players, a lot of players that play in two different leagues. They may be close to each other. They play in different leagues. So different league operators, different league numbers. That is so that we don't have people from, saying, hey, Elaine, do you want to be a player rep for me over here in Mid Valley when you're way over there? That's what this is working on, is you need to be, we're putting parameters around qualifying the 8 weeks to qualify into our tournaments. That's where you need to intend to qualify, is in the league that you're playing in, to qualify in, or be qualified by having your 8 weeks in to be a league operator or be a player rep for that league, not for me being a player rep for Sam's league or Sam being one for mine, that sort of thing. So that's where that's what that is clarifying the intentions there for the requirements for a player representative, that they must fully qualify.
If I could jump in real quick, one of the things I brought up was the clarification of if I wanted to bring my best friend from South Carolina, who's never played in league before, never played in Western BCA, but I want her to be a player's rep. Do you want me to be able to have her be a player's rep if for Western BCA? If she wants to run for member at large, that's another thing. But do you want, as a league operator, do you want league operators being able to just bring in their friend from Florida to fill a spot? So it's more of a common sense thing, but I know common sense isn't very common these days.
You got it.
Qualified means you're a player who's played in that league for their minimum 8 weeks. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, to accurately represent that league. That's what we're doing or trying to do.
Thank you.
Chris?
Yes, sir. So the attorney was very specific about a few things. And now that we've defined who our voting members are, did you write in ways or notifications where they must be when they're removed? So say I'm a player rep, not a league operator, but a player rep that I'm repping for Rob Cameron. Did you write in here rules about how I must be notified when I'm no longer a player rep? Also, the attorney was very concerned about people selecting player reps all nilly-willy, was the quote that she used. Kind of an avoid to influence elections, right? Because now the league operators and their player reps are voting for who they want to run the organization, which would include president, vice president, treasurer, secretary, the board members, members at large. So essentially, I could have my own league and say, everybody in my league, you must vote for Mike Deichman. And if they don't do that, then I can remove them. And that was supposed to be against the statute and not allowed. So she was very concerned that we had those situations. And the third question is there, and this is probably a policies and procedure thing, so I'm kind of funny to bring that up. Are there like membership dues or any requirements that league operators have other than to re-sanction with our association? So in other words, if Rob Cameron decides to move to Toronto, Canada tomorrow, and we want to keep his league going, is there and would he still be a voting member because he now lives in Toronto, Canada, and is no longer the league operator? So are there ways to update who is and who is not, and is it specifically written out in this document? Thank you.
Okay, well, to address the first point, we, as explained to Rosalie, Western BCA doesn't choose how to put player representatives from leagues, because leagues are autonomous. They get to do that themselves. They choose the player reps at this point. So that takes out anything to do with that. And as far as notifications, that would be per their own bylaws of each league or their guidelines or their rule book or how their handbook, whatever they have on their parameters for removing a league player representative, what the protocol is there for that. Because again, we're leaving it up to the league operators to make the decision on who represents them. To address the second part of that question, if Rob Cameron wants to continue being the league operator and live in Canada, well, he still has the league. If he has division managers that he trusts and wants to continue running the league, remotely running a league is not an unheard of practice. So I don't understand the concept of it. Just because he's not there, well, I can bet there's leagues right now that are running that people are division managers for, that the league operator probably hasn't met everybody in them. So
Chris, I was
That
at that meeting, and that was before the attorney understood that the leagues were independent of
I,
the organization and the
I
players
understand.
were, hang on,
Uh,
and the players were part of the league. She was under the impression that the players were members of Western BCA, period. She was under the impression that they paid their dues directly to Western BCA and that Western BCA determined who the players reps and the league operators were. Not the other way around. That was before that was clarified. And I understand you say that word willy-nilly, but that was prior to her understanding the fact that league operators are autonomous and the players belong to the league before Western BCA. She was not
Correct.
aware of that.
Okay, I will agree with you. Okay. My point is she also made it very well known that you just can't give somebody voting rights and systematically take them away because you don't like them. And my deal with Rob Cameron moving, if Rob Cameron then gave up his league to Chris Nordling and Chris became league operator, you have to have a way with proper notice to remove them as voting members. When you get certain voting rights, you have those rights until you're removed. Can we agree on that? No matter who it is. The players thing, I don't disagree with it. That's a whole mix up because even now we refer to the players as the members in this. So let's just say the league operators, because it's true, the league operators own their players. And Suzanne Mackey makes me a voting member. Well, Suzanne can't just come and tell me, once I get that right, she just can't come and say, no, you can't do this. There's supposed to be either terms or written documentation on how that happens. That's the follow the statute. That's
not true. That is not
it's
true.
not true.
And that is absolutely not true because
Correct.
unfortunately, as soon as you start doing that, you are writing you can put guidelines in place, you can put policies and procedures in place, but they are not part of the bylaws because the leagues are independent from Western BCA.
So our Western BCA should not have in there. So because I vote the way that Rob doesn't like the way I vote, he can remove me. I was very certain, and I will stand by that. I'm very certain that she said you just can't
No.
remove somebody without giving them.
That was before she understood the hierarchy of the organization, and that completely changed.
But the league can. So you're telling me that the league operators, who are also one vote apiece, can decide who doesn't get to vote with them as they go.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Because the league is autonomous, they get to choose how they want to be represented and who they want to be represented by. So
Agreed.
The league operator is in control of his player representatives. Western BCA is not in control of his player representatives. The league operator is.
I understand. But do you understand
that
the votes are equal? We each get one vote. The league operator doesn't get two votes. They each get one. Once you receive that voting right, no matter who gives it to you, you are afforded that voting right until you're no longer a voting member.
And yes, that's why leagues need to have protocol involved with how they're going to handle it when they remove a player representative or add a player representative.
So in your opinion, Arlen, would it be better to have that information in the policies and
procedures? Please repeat that. My earphones cut out.
That's okay.
Can you please repeat that?
I said, in your opinion, Arlen, would it be better to have that kind of stuff in the policies and procedures? I'm just trying to understand because that is the one thing that stuck out to me. And I will agree on the leagues owning the players, all that. Would that be better? Because it has to be something where you just can't say, well, Nikki, you don't get to vote anymore because I don't like you. Or Nikki, your term is up without telling them. Because my understanding was that once they received rights, they couldn't be taken away. It had to be a very, very formal process. And so is that something we need to write someplace else? I'm asking your opinion.
My opinion would be to put it in a policy and procedure of how to do that, to remove a player representative, how the recommendations to remove that. But it falls back onto the league operator's decision on how they want to do that. If they don't have something in their bylaws as a league operator, where currently mine, the way I run my league is I have to give my player representatives, I have to notify them 15 days prior to them being taken out of my league as a representative, and I have to send them an email or snail mail and receive that they received it. So a registered letter saying, oh, yes, you signed for it, you got it, or an email confirmation that it was there. So that's how I handle it when I remove a player representative or add a player representative. I'm for removal, I have to notify them 15 days in advance.
Understood.
Um,
And
and
I think
that's,
so. We're on the same page. So I guess what I'm asking you is because we are the collection of the league operators, right? The board, the leadership, whomever is collectively guiding this situation. Would it benefit us because I want to protect Sam Rabito's vote as a player rep? Would it be benefit us to have that written in our association policies and procedures that league operators, because right now the league operators are pretty loosely to play in our sandbox, the rules are pretty loose, right? So if we added that to that, would that benefit the association and protect those voting members? Even though I have a disagreement with you, and you said, well, should we have something like that written down? In your opinion,
my opinion, it should be listed in the policies and procedures as far as guidelines to remove a player representative, how
yes.
Western BCA would recommend you
Okay.
remove a player representative, that sort of thing. But it still inevitably falls on the league operator how he chooses or she chooses to remove their representation. And that way it puts it back onto the league, and it doesn't grant voting rights from Western BCA. Because if Western BCA you're correct, if you grant voting rights, we can't take them away because they're no longer a player rep or they're no longer a league operator.
Right.
They were granted by the organization, but by allowing the league operator to come up with their own methods of selection and
Right.
deletion, then that puts it onto the league operator as far as that liability, not the organization. So
Understood and agreed. So what I'm asking about, let's just say tomorrow you guys decide to quit doing your league and you pass it on to, I don't know, somebody from your league, Mike Smith. And is there a rule or a procedure, a policy that says, hey, once you're no longer the operator, you no longer get that vote because you're no longer part of, because it's really Emerald Valley's vote, right? And you carry out that vote. So you talk to all your players, you vote for Emerald Valley, and all your people is Emerald Valley. I hope I'm right. All the people below you or with you vote however they want to vote because they talk to their players. But if you are no longer the league operator, procedure as far as your vote, because let's say that a past president, we'll just use Tammy Colbert as an example. So tomorrow Tammy's no longer the president and doesn't run her league anymore. Would Tammy still get to vote? Because that's who's voting on these matters and in these elections. Do you understand my
Hold
question?
up. Yeah, I can clarify this real quick because I just went through it with Lenny Birdsong, switching from him as league operator to me. He is removed through BCA as the league operator through
Well, we're not
Western
the
BCA.
BCA. BCA is their own deal. CSI is their own thing.
Western BCA. I corrected myself.
Okay.
So he was removed as the Western BCA league operator. The treasurer installed my information in that league. So now when you look up on the Western BCA website, it comes up as me as league operator. So Lenny no longer has that vote. Now, as far as player representatives, when we had our meeting, I took over from Lenny and I asked, and we voted for one player representative, which I still have to register. But we have that one now. We're going to be voting on another one this month. So we'll have two player representatives. Now I don't pick those. I let my league pick those. If they vote with me or don't vote with me, that's not my concern. My concern is that they're representing the players within my league.
Sure, Martin, but what I'm asking you is when their term is up, when you finish, this is part of my question, and you jumped in to answer, and you didn't have the floor. So my question is, when your player reps decide to switch people, what's the process to remove the current voting person from their voting position? Once they get that right, the law says they have that right until something is changed,
right.
until you notified them. So
The
what
league is
league
the voting member in our organization, Chris. The league is the voting member. How it's represented is through its league operator and player reps of his or her choosing. The league is the voting member.
Correct. Okay.
Not the individual.
Okay. Even and would that be the same for the player reps as well? They are not individual voters. I can't consult Cherry City and vote for president via. I can't get a on my one vote. I mean, I think we're on the same page, Arlen. I just want to make sure that there's rules, and if it needs to be in the policies and procedures, because in this exact case with Martin, Lenny legally would still have a right to vote, even though he signed up with somebody else. Because we don't have a policy or in our bylaws a way to actually remove them fairly with notice, right? That's all I'm saying.
Well, as far as
But
play,
does
let me stop you. As far as player representation, we don't, Western BCA does not choose who those are. So that
Understand.
needs to fall back onto the league operator, and that would be the league operator that is choosing these people, and that puts the responsibility on the league operator, not on Western BCA. So
Okay.
it eliminates us as far as saying you have a vote. No, your league has a vote.
Okay.
Your league then chooses how it's to be represented.
So let's use
It's not, there's nothing there that indemnifies Western BCA and says, oh, well, I had voting rights and now I don't. Well, that's internal with your league operator and you versus Western BCA and you at that point because of the independence of the league. The league doesn't have to choose, there's leagues out there that don't want to sanction or don't sanction, so they don't have to. But as far as when you're granting voting rights, I understand what you're going with. Yes, once you're granted voting rights, they can't be stripped away according to the ordinances. They can't be stripped away at that point with it. So that's like saying, well, guess what? I was a league operator 6 years ago. I was a voting member. I can come in and vote anytime I want. That's not the case if it's wrote up this way where the league is the voting member, not the individual. Does that clarify anything at all, or does it make it clear as mud?
I'm right. I understand. Like, I'm just trying to make sure we do it right. I'm not trying to argue with you. I just want to make sure that if we're going to spend all the time to go through this, and again, I'll echo everybody else's statements. When they've been in your shoes, all the work you guys have put into it, and then to be questioned on every little bit is an exceptional job. You guys have done a great job. You can't accommodate all our requests, but I just want to make sure we do it legally and correct. And so that's why I'm very adamant about this, because that's what I heard in my ears, right? And right, wrong, autonomous, non-autonomous, whatever. I just want to make sure that we did it right with Lenny and Martin. And if we didn't do it, let's make sure from this point forward we do it right. That's all I'm trying to say. So if it needs to be written in here, we need to write it in. If it's not against the law, and that's all I'm concerned about with as a board member, is that we are following the law. I think a lot of these things are outstanding what you guys have done. And I told you that in the meeting that I sat in. I think that it's heading in the right direction, and we got the right people doing the right things.
Agreed. And that was why, after explaining to the council and her understanding, she said, well, you need to grant the leagues being the voting member and then let them choose how they're represented.
Okay.
And that's what we've done to eliminate anything coming back on Western BCA.
Perfect.
And it proposed to do that. Currently,
right.
Arlen,
just understand. We're going to try to make.
I have Sam hollering at me, Chris, and he's been texting me. So
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but our old bylaws, if you look up 65.167 in the ORS, our old bylaws cover the removal of a player rep, and our new ones are the same. It's right there. We are following state statutes. It took me a while to find it. I didn't find it till about 8 minutes.
And that's why it's hard, because we have 2 weeks to figure this out and not have this discussion. So I just appreciate your willingness to have the discussion. I just want to make sure we do it right. I'm assuming you guys dotted all your I's and crossed all your T's, but I want to make sure everybody else in this room is in on the same conversation. So I appreciate it. And we're going to try to, I want to see these things get as far as I can. Amendments could happen, guys. It's the way it goes, as I well know with my own stuff when I try to do things. But appreciate you guys. Thanks for answering my questions. I'm off the floor. Thank you so much.
Okay, Lawrence, you have your hand up?
Yes, sir. I just want to make sure. I heard several times today that the leagues are autonomous and independent, and leagues get to choose their own player reps. That's the intention, right? All right, then we should remove a player must be currently qualified according to policies and procedures or intend to qualify in their league. If we're allowing league operators to be autonomous and independent and select their own player reps, then why are we putting restrictions on who they can select?
That was put in there because we don't want somebody from Wisconsin representing Western BCA players they know nothing about. We
Right.
don't
Who's
want
the we?
somebody from Indonesia coming in and saying, "Hey, I want
Lawrence,
to be
you're
a
in
player
that
rep."
committee.
I
You were
know I'm
right
in
there
that
with
committee,
us.
and I did not agree with that. I never once said yes in that committee meeting. I didn't say no, but I didn't say yes. And I didn't say yes in the meeting because it was going to take longer to get through everything. And so now that we're here discussing it, we can discuss it.
Okay.
If we're going to
That's
say they're
good.
autonomous and independent and can select their own player reps, then we shouldn't put restrictions on who they can pick.
No, there should be restrictions on it.
They just should be a qualified member of the organization to be able to represent the organization. Do you
Why?
not agree?
No.
No? So you're
No,
saying
I
that a
don't.
player rep shouldn't have to be affiliated at all with Western BCA as a member,
What is your definition of affiliated?
It's
a
right there.
dues paying member?
Okay, that's fine. A dues paying member isn't qualified though, right? Because we
Well,
said 8 weeks earlier, and that was a stipulation. So a dues paying
that
member,
was
I'm
the
fine with.
qualifications to play in our tournaments, which our tournament is the product that we actually supply to these players.
Right,
So
but some people
that
want
is
to
the
be involved and don't
qualifications
play
that I
pool.
believe need to be met to actually represent your league. It shows that you're actually an active member playing in the pool community.
Right. So your opinion is that they should have to get
Does
8 weeks.
anybody else disagree with that?
No,
I do.
Do you think that anybody should be able to just show up and be a league op or league, I mean, a player representative just because they want to be?
Well, they can't just show up. Their league operator has to select them, and they're autonomous and independent.
Use me as an example.
My wife does not play pool, and she is a player rep for Western BCA.
Yeah, we can hear.
Her league operator chose her. She went to them and asked. They could have said no, and they said yes. So why does she not get to be a player rep?
because she
Because she doesn't
doesn't
play
play
pool?
pool.
Because she's blind and she can't play pool? She comes to every meeting. She's been to more meetings than most player reps here. She's been to
Okay.
every single meeting since 2023. She's been to every meeting.
Hmm.
But she doesn't play pool, so she doesn't get a say. She can run for member at large. I get that. But we let anybody be a member at large. Maybe they should have to. Why don't we stipulate that? Why can't they just have
Because
to
the
be
member at
players
large
too then?
position was created to bring in outside interest into pool and to show them what our organization is and to
Well,
help promote the sport. That's why that a member at large was
until
created.
recently though, anybody could have been a player rep. But now we're changing it.
I do believe that you've always had to be a member of Western BCA and a
She is a member.
CSI member to be a
No.
player in the
No
organization,
CSI
correct?
requirement. No CSI requirement.
There's no CSI requirements. We don't require that,
Nope.
not
Not to be a
currently.
player rep. Not to be a player rep.
Because to be a league, you have to be a BCA. To be a league operator, you have to be affiliated with CSI,
That's a league operator though. That's not a player rep.
BCAPL, which falls back to me on the player rep needs to actually be a player to represent the people. But
No, they're representing the players. They're not have to be a player. They're representing the players.
Yeah,
So if you have somebody that is, let's see, runs tournaments every single weekend, is the president of a non-affiliated Western BCA league for pool, but she doesn't get to be a player rep?
well,
It
I
should be
see
her
your
Ella.
point, and I see it's a personal point for you. Um, I would love to hear the weigh in from others as far as wanting representation from outside their league, because that's initially what you're asking, and have representation from outside your league. I'd love to hear that and see if how much, or would you rather be represented by people in your league that you play with on a weekly basis?
Or see on a weekly basis, right?
I said play with,
I know
so
you said
you're
play with,
unaware
but I
of
said
what's
or
going
see
on.
with, right? I'm telling you that you don't have to be a player to be there every single week and participate in league. You have to be there to play, but not to participate. It's a difference. And the interaction is a thing. And it is personal for me.
I
And
understand that.
it's
I can see
personal.
that.
It's personal because the discussion that was had also was made personal.
What I didn't bring it personal. I
The
said that I
wording,
believed it
the
was.
wording,
Lawrence,
the wording of the
I
wording of it
ask
was made personal.
a question real quick?
Yeah, who's that?
So,
Carly Waltrus, you have your hand up. You've been having your hand up for quite a while. Let's get through these real quickly, please.
I guess I don't get my question. Okay.
Hi.
Lawrence, it's becoming a moot point. I
So
understand.
the BCA part
Hi, do I have the floor now?
Yes, Carly, please go ahead.
I do feel like this is personal for me because I'm one of the only people that it affects. If each league is autonomous and it can appoint or remove a at its discretion, doesn't it seem contradictory to say that the league operator cannot choose whomever they want to represent their league? And for me, I am affiliated with Western BCA. I've been a member for several years. I um, have interaction with people all over Oregon, Idaho, and Washington. And so why is it not okay for someone that I'm affiliated with and someone that I interact with their league members on a regular basis to appoint me a player's rep?
What we did was we put this in play to protect the as far as a protection for the league operators, in my opinion, because the league operators should be able to have representation of their players that qualify under them, because that's who the players belong to, that league. But that was where we're looking at this. So you must, to be qualified in your league that you play in, that's the idea, and be a player in that league for accurate representation.
I know,
So
but I'm saying that that's not necessarily accurate, right? I have interaction with people in the league that I'm a player's rep for every day.
you're
I
playing
also,
pool with other people in different areas every day on their league night?
no, I'm saying I
That's
have
the question.
interaction with them.
Okay. I mean, so you're not in touch with what's going on in their league every day or their every night or anything else because you're at a distance,
Well,
correct?
I am at a distance, but I do play in their league and I still have conversations and I still have interaction. I can still speak with them about pool. I speak with them about issues that they're having. So why does that make me any less of a player's rep than anyone else?
Well, then I guess the question to me is, if that I have to you is, why aren't you a player's rep in your area?
That would be because my league operator has decided not to, or well, I should say one of my league operators has decided not to make me a player's rep. And again, it's at their discretion. So shouldn't it be at someone else's, another league operator's discretion to make me a league operator if that's what they choose to do?
No. Who are you paying your league dues to?
I played them to Quad Valley pool players in 26.
That's who you sanctioned through?
Yep.
Then that, I guess, if you're a sanctioned player through that league, that would make you a league player as long as you qualified and got your 8 weeks through, according to what we're writing.
I know, but why do I have to have 8 weeks through them?
Because that is the qualifications to play in any tournament that we require.
Right,
How
but
else
that
can you
doesn't
be
mean that I'm not.
qualified to play in a tournament? We have parameters set around that. That's why were.
Well, again, that doesn't mean that I'm not going to play in other leagues, right? And get my 8 weeks or qualify.
You can't get you're saying you're going to get 8 weeks in a different league, but not your own league?
No, I'm saying I potentially could do both. But
right, you could.
Because I want to be a part of this, I want to volunteer. I feel like that I have valuable insight and that I was roadblocked in one area, I found a different way. And if that means that I need to go play 8 weeks in another league, I can do that. But I don't think that it creates any more validation or that it's any more advantageous than if I still am interacting with players in that league on a regular basis.
Well, the intentions were to make sure that you're qualified through your league that sanctions you. So if you were sanctioned through your other league, or the one in Umpqua Valley, which I believe that's down, is that K Falls? Is that Grants
It's
Pass?
Roseburg.
Roseburg.
Mhm.
Okay. You're qualified through there. That's wonderful if you're a league rep for them and you're qualified through them and they're the ones that you paid your sanction fees to, then that would
Right.
more than suffice for you to be a player representative for them according to these proposed bylaws.
But
So I don't see the issue.
well, the issue is, what if I don't get 8 weeks there, right? If I need to, I can, but what if I don't? Does that disqualify me? And why should that disqualify me? Right. And let's move back about 4 minutes ago when you said that this rule was proposed to keep people who are not affiliated with Western BCA out of player rep positions. I'm clearly affiliated with Western BCA on many different levels. So I feel like this proposed bylaw or change affects me directly, and I think it's really unfair. That's all I
Well,
have.
are you telling me that you are dual sanctioning with two leagues? Is that what it amounts to? You're getting 8 weeks in one area and 8 weeks, possibly 8 weeks in the other area that you represent.
Yes,
Is that the case?
I could if I need to. Yes.
Okay, well, the proposed method on these bylaws shows I mean, that's what the guidelines that we're putting in and the requirements that we're putting in to be a
I know,
representative.
but again, you just said that the the reason for this bylaw or this proposed bylaw was to keep people who are not affiliated with Western BCA from becoming players reps. So there's two things here, right? You're telling us that each league is autonomous and can appoint or remove anyone who they want. But on the other hand, you're saying, no, they cannot do that. They can only do it if it's a player that has played 8 weeks in their league and is sanctioned through their league. I think that there's too many discrepancies. I think it's too broad. Or too narrow. I think that why do people have to work so hard to volunteer, to be a part of something? And why are we putting these roadblocks in place?
I don't know that anybody's ever turned down volunteers at anything as far as that. Especially when it comes to work at the tournament. I don't think anybody ever gets turned down when they volunteer. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, people, but if somebody wants to volunteer to do something at the tournament that they're qualified to do, I don't think they're ever turned away because the organization runs on volunteers.
If you
Can
want
you
to
tell me?
volunteer to be on a committee, you have to be a member at large or a player rep, though.
Yes, yes.
Okay, that's true. And that would
So,
be
No,
so
certainly an
my
accurate
that's not
representation.
true. Any committee can seek advice from anyone that will benefit the committee's findings or charge. That's not true
An
at all.
advisor,
Oh,
not a
you're
committee
right.
member. That's
Well,
what I'm saying.
exactly. An
An
advisor.
advisor, not a member, an advisor.
Call them whatever you want.
No vote.
They can be on the
No.
committee to advise.
excuse me, I think that I have the floor now. Again, I just think that this is to purposely point or exclude two people in the whole organization, two people who have passionately shown up time and time again. I think this is very, very wrong.
Yeah, noted. Nikki.
Yay. Put your seatbelts on, guys. So I think that somebody that's blind shouldn't have to get qualified and that she is always at every single thing. My husband he's a player, but even if he wasn't a player, I am so attached to this. He has to deal with me all the time. And so if he wanted to be something, he should be able to if he was qualified or not, because he is absolutely in the grind of what's happening. They know what's happening. They're willing to volunteer. Carly is constantly trying to be a part of this, and Mike Deichman speaks his mind. And I'm sure there's more than that. This was put together by league operators, and in the letter that was given to you guys, it said by the board of directors, which was not true. So you guys didn't know it was put together by league operators. This is one big one to really pay attention to, that this is written in the benefit of league operators. And what if you don't like how Mike Deichman voted on something, or that he openly said his opinion, or that they didn't like Carly, which has happened to these exact people. So if you speak up, they're going to take your ability to speak away, and you can't get your ability to speak anywhere else because you've been blocked from it. That is the league operator forcing their player reps to vote how they want to, and they'll penalize you by taking your voting away. And if that's the case, why have the players vote at all? Just let the league operators vote, because they're manipulating their players by not letting them have a voice. So I would say read every little thing carefully in the understanding that a league operator wrote these, and this is very biased, and it's personal that they changed this, that this rule is the way it is right now. And so then what happens with like Canada, and we had voted to limit how many leagues can come into Canada because we didn't want to have too many players and overload Chinook wins. And if the league operators are set up like this right now, where they can do completely whatever they want, can they go above everything that we had voted on as members, saying that we didn't want certain things, and now it's just we're going to get ran over by those league operators? And when you're looking at these, it's hard to read them. And I look at laws. I'm the president of the Professional Driving School Association, and I've been a driving instructor for 20 years. So I have to read laws and go to hearings a lot. And so I'm not an idiot. And these are wrote very confusing, where it really takes a lot of wasted time to review these, and it should not be that difficult. Back to you guys. I think Julie's next.
We're contradicting ourselves here, because on one hand, we say that the league operators can choose their player reps any way they want, that we can't make rules on them or how they choose player reps. But we're going to make this rule on them and how they choose this player rep. So we obviously can make rules. Western BCA allows leagues to join our organization. So it seems like we should be able to make rules on how player reps are chosen. And just like Nikki said, the way it stands right now, you can have a league operator say, I will have these 5 people as player reps. And when those 5 people speak out or don't vote the way they like, they take them off and they put different people on there. So if we're going to do it this way, then yeah, why not just have league operators vote and get the player reps out of there, because they have no rights. This is not a protection. What about saying that, Arlen, you made a comment of you're not playing at the league when Carly brought up that she is involved with the league. She's not playing. We have a lot of player reps that don't qualify for every session. So I have a lot of players that don't play every week. They play one session and the rest of the year they're not active. Are we removing them as player reps? Why are we able to make this rule but no other rules? This seems very targeted. It's not about protecting the league operators, because we're taking away just one part of how they can choose their player reps. But everything else, they get to do whatever they want. We are Western BCA. We should be able to make those rules on other things. You can't have some, but not the others. This is a very targeted thing. That's it.
Martin.
I think we should just do away with the players' representatives. Let that league operator have his vote, and he takes that back to his league and discusses that with his players. And that's on him. I have a group text with every one of my players, 67 of them. And I am constantly getting messages, this, that, the other thing, other ideas. That's great. That's our local league operators. And usually the league representative, or they're not real, they're more tuned into what's going on in their little league. The Western BCA and the tournament is something totally different. I think we should just leave the players at large, but eliminate the player representatives. That needs to be dealt with by the league operator. That's it.
Thank you. Autumn.
Okay, so I have a question. I would like to know why it's such a big deal that you have to play with the players that you're representing. Like, can you tell me why that's such a big deal?
For me, I believe that you should be in touch with the people that you're playing with and understand what they're going through and what they're wanting to see. And so you're getting a good pulse on your own league, and people within it. So that's my personal opinion on how leagues should be represented, is by someone that's involved with them playing weekly. You know, hey, this guy does this when he plays, this guy does that when he plays, that sort of thing, instead of not having having somebody just show up that doesn't play. They may not understand the game, because you're opening the door right now to, if you're saying league operators couldn't choose their player reps based on players that play in their league, if that's the statement that everybody seems to be blanketing out there, then that opens the door for any representation whatsoever by anybody that doesn't even understand the game. And I don't think that's what the organization was founded on and wanting. They're wanting players to play the game and represent those players that play the game so that they can understand those things. That's my opinion. Did that answer anything to you?
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, I understand your opinion. So I have a couple different things. One, what you just explained is exactly what a member at large could do. They could come in and not know one thing about pool, but stand on the floor and get nominated saying that they want to be involved in the Western BCA, and they get voted in and they have a vote. Whereas you have some players, myself, Carly, maybe some other ones, I don't know, that show up. Myself, I'll speak for myself. I show up to league night every single league night. I show up to league night in 2 different areas. It's within my league, but it's 2 different areas. I show up to the one that my husband runs, and I show up to one that is 40 minutes away. And we drive every Wednesday night that there's that league, and I show up and I talk to every single person that's there that night. I watch them play pool. I know everything that they want when we talk about things within the Western BCA. I just don't physically walk up to the table with a stick in my hand and play pool. I pay my dues to Western BCA. I am going, when our league starts in mid-June, I'm going to pay my dues to PCL to be a member of that league. So somebody that is passionate about Western BCA wants to make a difference. And like Lawrence said, I've gone to every single meeting since 2023. I've sat through every Zoom meeting. I've sat through every in-person meeting because I wanted to be involved and I wanted to learn the game of pool. There's always a chance that you're going to get somebody that maybe doesn't know a whole lot about pool. But if they're taking the time to sit through these meetings, then they're pretty dedicated. And not all player reps I know, they don't even show up to the meetings. I know in my league alone,
when I wrote my letter to my league operators, I pointed out at least four, and that was just people that I know of that hadn't even gone to a meeting in the last 2.5 years. So again, why is it important that you actually physically play pool with these people if you are paying attention to what they need and what they want and bringing it back to these meetings?
That's what a player at large should do.
A member at large?
Member at large.
Correct. But if I've already been a member at large, speaking for myself, I've already been a member at large and decided that I wanted to be a player rep so I didn't have to go through being a member at large every year and going through that election process. I wrote a letter to my league operators, and that's between myself and my league operator, and they chose that I could represent them well. Why is that not their right to do?
So as you stated, you're going to be joining that league, Autumn, correct? When they start back up in June. So currently you're not qualified or a member of Western BCA other than being your member at large status. You're not a player in the organization. You're not affiliated with BCAPL. You're not a member of CSI. So you stated by your own admission, you'll be paying to join PCL. Does that mean you're also going to be joining everything else sanctioning with and just spending money to be there?
I'm going to interject here as secretary. I can tell you that there's other player reps that haven't paid their fees yet because they haven't played yet. So are they not allowed either?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to figure out currently what's going on. I mean, you're representing players that you're not a part of the league at all or haven't been a part of the league.
Technically, I'm currently a member at large still because I was elected in.
You are a current member at large. Yes, I understand that. That's what I said.
But I'm currently paid with Western BCA. I have for 2 years.
Can you go to our tournament and enter? Actually, are you a CSI member? I'm just curious.
Well, I don't have to be. That's not a requirement. If I wanted to play in the tournament, then yes, it would be a requirement for me to be a CSI member. But if I choose to be a member like 5,000 other people that don't ever show up to the tournaments, then that's my choice. So I don't have to be a CSI member.
I understand your point. I see it. This was, again, a committee decision, not just mine, not just someone else's. So this was a committee decision to put this in there. So that's where we're going to push it.
And the attorney,
I appreciate your feedback. Go ahead, Sam. You've had your hand up for quite a while.
There we go. Okay, so I just want to point out that every person on the board is a player rep, and there are no league operators on the board. So the trust issue is I don't know. I thought it was mean of Nikki to raise some sort of implication that nefarious actions are happening within these bylaws, especially since we are pushing to. The committee is pushing to have to go over them with everyone. We can't pass these things without the membership seeing them and a 2/3 vote. So I don't know where the nefarious activity is coming into. And when Bill asked me to spearhead the bylaws change update, I wasn't a league operator. And I made sure that this is 100% fair. But at that time, when I started writing these things, and I mean that I put a lot of work into it, and then a lot of people on the committee and Rosalie helped fine tune them and things. The league operators are not going to just give up a whole bunch of power in order to let 7 to 11 people run the association. They're going to have some checks and balances. And Arlen, we need to have a conversation about whether we're in compliance or not. I don't agree with your statement at the beginning of the meeting that we are in compliance. Our current bylaws are not compliant, and that's why we must change these. And the last thing, I'd like to hold on. I'm trying to stay out of this meeting as much as possible. Autumn, the change to the player rep thing was not targeted at you at all. And I encourage you to run for member at large. I respect your abilities to review information and come up with analytical results. So
Sam, I just want to say,
hold on, Autumn, please.
Well, I just wanted to thank you for saying that, but sorry for interrupting, but I'm not going to put my hand up and wait for 6 more people to address this when you said my name.
I hear you.
If the case is that it's going to be pushed that somebody has to play, then I will get up and I will make a fool of myself and I will waste everybody's time every Tuesday night for 8 weeks.
Well, that requirement is not in member at large, and that's exactly what.
Oh no. I will stay a player rep. I don't have to win my games. And the people that I play with, they all know me and love me, so they'll be patient with me. I'll just get to make a fool of myself for 8 weeks.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry that there's actually no intention aimed at you. What I view the situation with a player rep being appointed who does not represent those players, I viewed that as a loophole in our current bylaws, and I wanted to get around that. I thought that didn't respect precedent of what has happened in the past, and I thought it was a poor precedent to go forward. So I wanted to add that in the bylaws to take that opportunity away. If you're going to live in Idaho and represent the players in Oregon, well, I really don't see Southern Oregon. I really don't see how that could possibly happen. It's not appropriate representation, and this takes that out. I'm done.
Agreed. Kamatha, you've had your hand up. We can't hear you.
That doesn't happen often, does it? So this takes out the egregious scenario where, you could have load up, for lack of better words, the other side of the Cascades, other side of the mountains, with one side of the mountains, of loading everyone up to loading them up with player reps. But I originally raised my hand just to ask you, Arlen, to make a statement, though. So if we were to get these bylaws passed to protect league operators and, many other things, correct me if I'm wrong, but we absolutely have a path forward where we could amend the bylaws if it was done properly in the very next membership meeting. If there were certain sentences or certain qualifications, if that were to go to a vote. So we could change these in the next membership meeting. I'm going to say, am I correct? But I know I'm correct. So, correct?
You are correct. There is path forward set provisions to how to amend the bylaws, and therefore that could happen and could be done. So again, that was where we're trying to get these pushed and passed so that then we have a document that we could amend if need be, if we haven't addressed something. This is something that Rosalie recommended, council recommended that you push through the whole item, not pieces and parts, so that way we don't step on our toes when we go back and do something, a different part. Now, yeah, with that being said, if there's a crack, a crevice, something that doesn't line up right with people and we see that, then we can make an amendment to that bylaw and go forward from there. The idea today was to go through this document that is in front of you and present it, to get through it, to see where we're at and vote on these bylaws in front of you. Not to make changes to the document today, but to approve or disapprove the document. That's the agenda of this meeting.
So I'm going to ask an awkward question. So is this a situation where if we saw one word change or two word change, can we I don't know that we can actually change that document now to say, okay, we all decided in this meeting we want to change these words here. I don't think we could change that in this meeting because that change would have to go out to the membership 14 days ahead of time in order to get voted on. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Well, biscuits. Okay, my hand's down. I'm done. Thanks.
Julie.
Okay, we're talking a lot about trust. We should trust our league operators to do this, and we should trust our league operators to do that. However, we're not trusting our league operators to choose who they want to represent them, but only in this one little thing. They can choose their player reps, except for this one little part. So obviously, Western BCA does have the ability to make decisions on how league operators choose their player reps if we are telling them they can't do it in this situation. We keep talking about trust, but we don't trust our league operators to choose who they want as player reps, no matter if they play, if Autumn plays or not. She's there every week. She talks to people. She knows people. So it's a contradiction. It's a contradiction of statements. And to say that we could just pass these bylaws and then amend them later is ludicrous. That makes no sense. Why would we vote to pass something that we know we are going to want to amend? And hopefully it gets done. Hopefully it gets back to it. No, that makes absolutely no sense. And you guys are bringing this to us when you have Sam, who is now disagreeing with Arlen on whether the bylaws that we have are even in compliance. So if we aren't in compliance in our current bylaws, I would like to know exactly where we aren't in compliance.
Where we are out of compliance with our bylaws and standardized practice for a nonprofit organization is allowing the members to vote on everything.
You yourself.
I am.
No, you're not.
Right?
Did it just cut out for me or did it cut out for everybody on what Julie was saying?
It cut out for
It
me.
cut out.
I said
Okay, try that again.
You were saying now that we aren't in compliance, but the last meeting you said we were in compliance.
Yes, she
Are we
said
or
as
aren't
far as a standard as being in compliance with the ordinances, yes, we are. Should the organization ever vote on everything? No, they should not. That's where we are not in compliant with standard practices of a non-profit organization. The ordinances we are compliant with.
So there's no big emergency to have these passed and then go back and amend piece by piece by piece. Shouldn't we just do that to begin with? Pass them piece by piece by piece?
Again, for the council recommended approving the bylaws in its entirety and then making amendments to them as needed.
The council recommended it, but it's not a requirement.
Well, she recommended it because one article affects another article.
Exactly.
And yeah, so you change one,
So
you could be out of, you could just, I'm sorry, I'm speaking. Go ahead, what?
If we go back and amend it, it's still going to affect other articles.
Well, then we have to do our due diligence to make sure that if we amend it in 30 days or whatever the next meeting is, then you have to, whoever is going to submit, it has to be submitted properly, like modify the bylaws. They need to do their due diligence to make sure that it does not disagree with any other article of the bylaws, how I'd look at it.
correct.
So it would be a lot harder to amend it than just a simple bring it to the membership and amend it because it's affecting so many other things.
Could
And
be.
it also is be harder to get things approved, Julie, as far as section by section by section, if something changes in those times to affect the rest of the document. So we wouldn't be going through a flowing document. We'd be going through one that's tattered between, oh, we approved this, now we want to do this and this. Oh, well, this needs change to this and this, which affects this and this. Well, that's why we need a document to work from and then amend.
But we
So
have a
if we can,
document right now in place. Why can't we amend that piece by piece?
if you want to spend this much time doing each section by section and calling a special meeting for each amendment of each item of each bylaw,
You wouldn't need a special meeting.
that is the reality.
No, the reality is we've been saying for years that we needed to bring one section at a time to different meetings. We could have had these done had we started doing it 2 years ago. But now to say we have to change the entire document and then go back and amend it, that's going to be the same thing, correct? So why not just amend the document we have piece by piece?
Because the document that we have is language wise is outdated, a lot of it.
And so we could amend it piece by piece.
Oh, well, we could amend it piece by piece, making sure that that doesn't affect the next piece or the former piece. So again, the document was signed off by legal. She approved everything that we've done. I don't know what more to say than other than this document is compliant with everything. It makes everything above board, legal, honest, everything, however you want to say it. And that's all we're trying to do is get that passed through. So then we can start on the policies and procedures to work towards that, to keep the organization moving in a positive direction instead of stonewalling things.
I don't think wanting to understand exactly what we are changing our governing rules to is stonewalling. And you may be saying it's in compliance, but you're making, obviously, just right here, there is a major change that is affecting player reps and how they are chosen. So asking and wanting to know exactly what that means and exactly what every change means is not stonewalling. It's taking our responsibility seriously and not just saying, they said it's okay and it's in compliance, so let's vote for it.
Okay, who's next?
Richard.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
oh.
I forgot to lower my hand. My concern was addressed.
Thank you. Moving on to Michael Deichman, please.
I I have a million things to say, but I think it comes down to, those of us that know that we've been begging Bill Henderson for years now to do this one little thing at a time, change wise, so that we could do it in bites. That has not been done. Uh, the fact that we're arguing about who can be a player rep, which is one small little change. We've been told there's 1,000 changes. This is one small change that we've been talking about for 35 minutes. I think that when it comes time to vote, please remember that. We cannot possibly be expected to approve every single change all in one vote. Again, I have 1,000 things to say, but I'm not even going to get into them because it really just comes down to what I just said. We can't possibly vote all of this in one vote. It's ridiculous. Thank you.
Chris.
I'll move to the back of the line and let the people that haven't spoken just call me after Trina. I'm good with that.
Thank you. Elaine.
Yeah, we have been operating on the 2012 bylaws and up till 2026. Okay, and we have amended, and the membership has voted on small pieces of those existing 2012 bylaws for probably 8 years. We've all admitted we've been flying by the seat of our pants, as to paraphrase Michael, we know they were out of date, but we have to start somewhere. We can say, whoever wants to change that player rep the first time. A bylaw is a living, breathing document that goes with changes to the organization. There's nothing wrong with accepting something as a whole and fixing the small pieces that are probably wrong. 1,000 little errors, I guarantee you, most of them are textual. But regardless of that, now I just kind of lost my train of thought there. Um, on the Western BCA website, there is a list called the committees list, and there actually is a committee that is League Policies Committee. It's Lawrence, Carly, and Johnny Landis. And there may be more, I don't know. Maybe the document's not current. But these things about the player rep can be adjusted and dealt with by that committee. That is why we have committees, and then that committee can bring a change to amend that small section 4 whatever about player reps. And by the way, Autumn, I don't think you'd make a fool of yourself. I think it would be great if you would do that, not in a funny way. I used to have a friend I golfed with, and she was totally blind, and we let her drive the golf cart. So don't worry about it. That's all I have to say. But bylaws can be amended. I recall we took out a piece where the one that comes to mind just that I thought of a minute ago was where the board doesn't have to peer review each other. We've changed things about voting. We've done this over the years, but now we have a document to begin with that's current and actually, the lawyer's given her hands up on it. So, like, I don't see what the big issue is. That's it.
Thank you, Elaine. Trina Chavez, please.
Thank you. Autumn, I just want to say something to you about disabilities. Everybody knows that I'm 100% for anybody that has disabilities and challenges and uses pool to help overcome those challenges. I understand and respect you for wanting to participate. And I do believe that if you're paying your dues and you're part of a league and you're running tournaments and things like that, I think those are things that the verbiage can be changed for you. I just wanted to say that. Arlen, thank you for taking all the time that you and the others have to give us a living, breathing document. If we go chunk by chunk, and you guys have been doing this and we have been doing this as a whole for a very long time, we're never going to get a new document. We need a base to start with that's legal and in compliance. We can go back in and change verbiage here and there. That's legal. We got to start with our bylaws, and then we can go into our policies and procedures. That's the legal way to do it. And I just think that we can all work together as a team and stop pointing fingers at one another and come together as a group on this. And let's move forward, and change is hard for everybody, but let's embrace this change and let's try it. I know a lot of people have worked very, very hard on this. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Chris, you were there before Martin or Nikki, so go ahead.
I'll defer to after Nikki.
You prefer to do what?
Sorry, I'll defer till after Nikki says her piece. I'll go to the back.
Well, Martin, you were next in line.
To reiterate on Trina's points, yes, we need the new document. Yes, the player's representative needs to be dealt with. I think that needs to stay with the league operator. That's their choice. There shouldn't be any rules by Western BCA of how to pick a league player representative. That needs to be dealt with inside their local league. Other than that, that's it. That's my point of view. Yes, the document looks great, other than that one little issue.
Thank you. Nikki, please.
Hi. So the accepting the rules as they sit right now takes away everybody's power to be able to make those choices later to amend them, because as soon as we do, now it's going to be whoever is the board or whoever it is that's going to be the one that
Incorrect.
makes the
Let me
rules.
stop you. You're
Oh,
incorrect.
go ahead. finished
You're
then. Tell me,
incorrect.
what's the answer to that then?
The answer to that is amendments of bylaws and articles 10.3.
Okay.
That section, it verbatim, any amendment to the association's bylaws and articles of incorporation must be approved by 2/3 vote of the voting members at any association meeting. Proper written notice must be given in advance, including either a written copy of the proposed amendments or a written summary of those amendments, and stating that the purpose or one of the purposes of the meeting is to consider a proposed amendment to the bylaws or articles of incorporation. So it does not take away from the voting members. The voting members are the only ones that can change it, not the board.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I haven't got to number 10 yet. I got to 8 and I hadn't got as all the way to the end. So thank you for that correction. And for us to throw away bylaws that has worked for a very long time to sign into something that we don't really know what's inside. And one of the things that's inside is potentially asking for a lawsuit, because what we are saying in here is to get rid of somebody that has a disability because she's not playing and it's directed at her. We're asking for a
That
lawsuit.
is not
and
true. Nikki, you have
but
no basis to even say
you
that.
guys, this is in there for a reason, specifically for the couple of people that it's affecting. And this is going to make it where when it comes to league operators, if you push somebody out because you don't like the way they vote, they cannot go do it someplace else. Why
That's
not
not
just take
true.
it out?
That is
Then
not true. That is 100% not true. If
I'm
you
on the
pause and
Point of
involve
order,
yourself,
Sam.
if you involve yourself in reading the driving laws of the state, then you should have just torn into this document and checked it out.
No, I have been, but I didn't get through the whole thing because it's ridiculous. The way that it's written, it is not written with lines out and what's there. So when you read it, you have to read back and forth. It is really a challenge to read it. And I'm curious if we took a vote of how many people actually read every single thing, because it is a lot of paperwork and most people probably didn't. And because there's a lot to it. But regardless, if you guys, I think that we need to fix one section at a time per meeting and build trust with our group again. Back to you guys.
So by your methodology, Nikki, you're saying since there's 10, 11 sections, I believe 10 sections, that we should do this over the course of 10 meetings.
Yes, or maybe two,
So,
maybe two over two.
No, what you said was each section over the course of a meeting. So that would require 10 meetings, unless we called special meetings to just do that. So one annual meeting and 3 quarterly meetings. We're looking at not having a document in place for the bylaws for the next.
We have a document in place right now. So we use the one that's in place. We make sure that it's legal the way it sits right now. And we do 2 per meeting because we've spent 8 years of it messed up. So what's the difference of doing another 1.5 years? And it helps build trust in our association instead of people wondering what's in this because they don't completely trust you or me as the board. That's it.
Okay. Chris, you said you'd go after Nikki.
Yes. So we talked earlier about selecting player reps and how the association could not tell them who to select and why. So then why have that amendment in there? If we already decided that the league operators can choose whoever they want, why is the association telling them they can't choose somebody that's in their league? An intention to play is I could sign up for your league, Arlen, with all the good intentions of the world to sign up and play, and I could never make it there. Does that mean that I couldn't also be a player? That's the first part of it. Second part of it is that it's been brought up several times. We actually do have a working document right now. So why can't we amend sections? I'm going to throw out numbers 112, 226, and 317 today, approve those 3, add them to our already existing working document that we have, and go through and make the changes. If these are big, and the big changes people are forgetting about is the fact that we have elections in a week. And we're not changing the makeup of the board, which I won't give my opinion, although I believe it's good. We're asking people to do that with under a week to go, and we're forcing this down for people to vote today in this all or nothing format. It's very difficult for people to accept, myself included. So why not just make amendments to what we already have? You know how to write the amendments. You know how to change it to write the rules and say, hey, I want to amend section 7A 1 through 12 and change that, and people vote on it. Yep, that looks good. And then you get your two-thirds vote. I'm very uncomfortable voting on parts of this that I don't disagree with, mostly the aforementioned part about the player rep, and assuming that we can change it later. As everybody in this room knows, it's extraordinarily difficult to get something that's very controversial or very dear to some person's heart and not the other person's heart to get that change to go through on a pass vote. So I think that those are the recommendations you're hearing from people, and that's the where you're hearing the word stonewalled and stuff. So if we have a working document, our current bylaws that are in fact legal, as you told me earlier when I asked you, then why not make amendments to that current document, sections like Rob suggested, whatever it was, 4.1, whatever, and 7A, and just move forward with that instead of going through piece by piece, making us go through. And I agree, Elaine's right. It's 1,000 grammatical changes, and I was there, so I heard it. And the attorney is trying to do what's best for us, for sure. But she just wants to make sure we're compliant with the law. So why can we tell the player reps or the league operators who they cannot choose with the association, and why not just go piece by piece and go from there? Sorry, I'm done.
Okay. Well, again, as advised by our counsel, she recommended doing this in its entirety and making amendments as needed to the document. That way there's something in place and can be put in place with the Secretary of State of Oregon to show that we have these amended bylaws and these bylaws that we're working from. So that's where we're at with that. That was a recommendation by her.
Recommendation from her. I think that she doesn't understand the diversity and how infrequently we can come together and agree on something. And that's why I'm saying, so like, why not just use the working document that we already have that's, as you put it, in legal compliance? Why are we having to change it a week before elections?
Well, because the structure of the organization will change and I was trying to get these done to people that understand that the board would be increasing in size. So the elected officials, there is elections coming up and board seats available. Not to mention, we've never had a section under elections completed in the old bylaws. So now we do, if we were able to get to it, outlining our election process and outlining how things are done.
Understood.
To be a fair thing. But so it does affect the elections. These bylaws do. And that's what I'm trying to get done before the election so that we have something in place, because I don't want to see when there's, I believe, 4 board seats available, that we vote and have one person elected and have to vote again for the other 3 seats to see who the next person is, and the next person is, and the next person. And then there's 5 members at large that we need to do that to. And then the 2 positions of president and vice president that we'd have to hold votes for, and if we, that sort of thing. So I was trying to get to the election section at some point today to get through this, as it does affect the upcoming elections.
But you can see how
not
people
affect our upcoming election.
Well, it actually does. He's not wrong, because
our agenda has already gone out for the upcoming elections, and the agenda shows 4 board of directors positions being voted on. This is what I pointed out when they wanted me to send out, and I was told to send out these meeting notices. It
Correct.
changed.
I'm not saying that that's not true, Julie. What I'm saying is the order of elections would change, as far as the process of elections would change. And so therefore, that's what I was hoping to get to today, so that we could help streamline this annual meeting, or any meeting for that matter, with the way things are currently. We have to reach a majority vote to get somebody elected. Then we have to go through and vote again to get the next person elected. And then again, and again.
No, I understand.
So that's a waste of time.
Agreed. So is there a way to get to that part of it? Because that pertains to us right now. Could we amend the motion, or can we make a proposal that we just simply accept what you've written for the executive elections and that election process, because I believe that's extremely important. And you heard me tell the attorney, and I told you in that meeting that I was at, I'm like, this is very good. And she's not wrong. This makes our organization flow better. She even said it in the letter, right? Is there a way we can just pass that piece and go through the stuff about the player reps and stuff later? Because it is very difficult to undo. Once we get the bylaws set, it is extremely difficult to get that vote. So is there any way, since we have elections,
extremely difficult to get things amended, Chris?
Well,
that would
that's
be
what I'm
putting
saying.
things
So like,
forward.
but if we try to pass something now, Arlen, that people aren't in favor of, I hate to see it shot down because I don't like the part about the player reps and saying you can't choose them if they're not, whatever, right? But I really believe in the part where you're saying, hey, we need to have the way your elections are set up and the way the organization, we are reorganizing the association, right? We are totally reorganizing it. So if that's the case, shouldn't we pass that? Because I think people are having a hard time passing the entire chunk when the part that really matters is the part you're trying to get past, man. I just want to see us do the right thing.
So let me put it to you this: you want to vote on, you would like to vote on the elections process getting passed, which then also will affect the duties of the chairman and the president. So we'd have to, and the vice president, the secretary, and the treasurer. So we then would have to go through and move to those pieces to make sure that that gets done. And then we're going to backtrack later to see if the other pieces that fall in between, if we can get that done.
I understand. So, but is it better to pass something that helps us out as a whole versus, because I feel that we can go back and make those adjustments, because if we add what you're talking about for your election and your current way of counting them, which I believe is extremely important, right? If we get those added to our bylaws we use right at this very moment, which you said are in compliance, is there a way to add those to that and then further pass these other ones later, or are we wasting our time? I just want your opinion, man.
Can I respond as a presenter?
No,
So,
can I just okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I know.
That's cool.
Well,
That's cool.
Please.
So so I kind of almost had the same question, Chris, that goes back to my question a little while ago of if this group wanted quote unquote an amendment or a change. So let's say we wanted, of course, I already scrolled down. So let's say we wanted to remove a certain sentence. And then if everyone was comfortable passing this, if we removed this sentence, for instance, I forget where it is.
No, I understand the chain effect. I understand what you're saying with the chain effect.
Chris, hold on.
Okay.
If we can't just modify that sentence right now, sad face, what's the opposite of sad face?
Right.
Then how can we amend the bylaws by adding a section? I hear you, but it's like I would think that if it's this one little section that is causing little turmoil, if everyone agreed to change that, why not just change that sentence and try to get it passed?
So that's what I'm asking.
Add a whole section. But if we can't do one, we can't do the other. Maybe someone can answer better than I can because we don't have. So if this is version 1, for instance, it's what's 520 to go out. If we can't make this one sentence because everyone hasn't seen this sentence removed, then what you're asking for is changing changing the agenda to a different motion of just adopt a certain section.
Well, the agenda was to talk about and possible action for this. I'm saying if there's no possible way to edit this, because it seems to me that these are the endo de facto. These are what's presented. Either you like them or you don't, and we're not here to compromise on anything. And I think that that's a very difficult way to lead the organization. Is it's either our way or the highway. There are some fabulous pieces in here. I mean, stuff that just really makes sense for us to go forward and stop arguing about dumb, excuse my language, but shit, right?
Yeah.
And if it's this one sentence that's going to hang up the entire passing of the document, what are we doing? Like, if it's not according to Robert's rules or whatever possible, then I guess we need to go through and edit. But if we're not accepting edits and people's opinions and listening to constructive criticism, then these things will never get passed. We're going to be sitting in the same place we're now. And some of the stuff needs to be done. It has to be done. Not to be in compliance, but because it makes our organization better from the top down. And that's
is it fair to say that we or they or you guys are not paying attention? I'm pretty dang sure Arlen's paying attention, and Sam and Suzanne and myself and everyone on the committee. But what are we bound by? What's our constraints? Can we make these modifications right now and then pass it? Is that legal? Because if we change, they must be qualified wherever
that cannot be against an Oregon revised statute to whether be qualified. That's a thing.
Okay.
That's got to be.
That's not my question. My question is our rules that states if we put something else if we have to put a document or an artifact out 2 weeks to get voted on, if we modify it in the meeting, do we then have to send it out for another 2 weeks to say, okay, now we have another version of it? Or can we change it live now if everyone agrees to move it forward?
But we have all the voting members here. Anybody that's going to participate now is going to be voting now. So why could you not make that change? I highly doubt, and I'd bet the farm on this, that not everybody in this meeting went to all their players and said, hey, there's this 48-page document I need you to look at and tell me if you agree with it or not. So we are essentially making the decisions. So that's why I keep saying, is it possible to pass one little piece? If it's not, just say, no, we can't do that. If we can do that, we should explore that option, because that's the only way this is going to go through. And I'm just being honest here. You guys did a ton of work, but to have a set, because we give you constructive criticism and say, we don't like that, you're being told no, and you guys don't like to hear the word no. So
that's kind of offensive. We're kind of following in the constraints.
We've had 7 weeks. We don't like.
We can't. I wish we could like change this live, because this is the person I am. Because we have the people here. I wish we could change this document live. I'm staring at it and then get it passed. I wish we could. So on our path then, if we can't do that right now, then our path is to get a foundation and get it changed the proper way. Because I too want to change this.
We have a foundation right now. So why not change our foundation that we already have?
Perfect. Then maybe let's see if we want to change our foundation, but I want to change this. I wish I could. Can I change it? Sorry,
I believe you can change the document. You read it that we accept with the change of this verbiage.
That's what I'm asking right there, Tammy Connor.
Yes.
That's exactly what I was asking. So we could modify it by saying what Tammy Connor just said. We accept this document with the change in the verbiage in section 1 and section 4.2, and we can go through piece by piece and are we allowed to do that?
I believe you can, because in every other meeting that we've ever had, the verbiage of the motion has been changed when it's finally voted on.
Well, I tried that with my motion about not running from the floor and it didn't work. I had to come back and then I couldn't pass my thing. So if we're allowed to do that, then I think that that's something that this group should explore and think about that, just to make sure that we're there. So that's all. I'm sorry. I'm done for now. Thanks, Arlen. I appreciate your time, and I really, really.
I hate to be the Debbie Downer, but we approved the agenda item, which is this document to be reviewed and voted on as it is, not with changes.
You cannot amend the agenda item, is what you're telling me. I'm not. It's an honest question. Okay,
come on,
that's cool.
Seriously, you're telling me we really can't amend the motion agenda item? I think we could. That's just me. I think we could say.
You want to weigh in on this one?
It seems like
27 of Robert's
point,
rules.
because we're not going to get through the whole
What am I
document.
doing?
We didn't hear you.
What was that?
What people are wanting is to change the verbiage in this document to move on and approve vote for approval with the verbiage changes. Well, the agenda item was to submit this document and to be just action on this document, not one that's been changed. As far as I know, we can't change the document midway through this and go forward from there. Am I wrong? Am I thinking, or am I right?
Not without reading over the entire document and seeing if it affects something someplace else, because there's a lot of redundancy in our old bylaws and we got rid of that. So if just changing one specific little area might not be that thing. I don't suggest doing that. No, I don't agree.
I think we can, because if we,
I think you can change a definition.
So what if
that's what this would be?
So if I highlighted this, because this is what I think this one sentence is what's we're kind of debating on. So if I just highlight this change, what if we continued on? Because Arlen, I know when we get through the other sections, I don't think there's going to be as much discrepancy and turmoil. So if we just moved on, maybe there's 2 notes, maybe there's 2 things like this. So if we get through everything, and then in the end, maybe we can change the motion that says we accept this as long as this article play represented is changed to this, and this is changed to this. Maybe we move forward. I think we'll find that this is not going to be contradictory of them, but that's just me because I'm intimate with this document. Not intimate, but you know.
I think prior to that, the definition was a player in good standing, but we didn't have a definition as to what good standing meant. So there was verbiage prior to this that talked about something being in good standing. So I don't understand why we just couldn't change that definition.
What was per policy and procedures?
And if you look at the actual agenda item, it says new proposed bylaws. It does not have an exact, it does not say we must adopt the new
in full.
as written.
It
doesn't.
says in full.
It says what, Julie?
In full. The new proposed bylaws in full.
In full.
Correct.
And
in full, but it doesn't mean that you can't change a definition.
Ooh, that is exactly, it doesn't have a version number. It does not say the current bylaws version 1.2.5.26.8.5. It does, since it does not have a version associated with it, then we can propose this, which at some point this has to have version control on it, but it does not specifically specific case. What?
Can I speak?
Yes, I was going to get to Julie, please, when we get through this, so then maybe we can take a 10-minute break or a 5-minute break.
3:30.
It's 3:30.
And
I agree.
We are still talking about like what on page 2.5. There's no way I'm going to vote to pass these in full. We haven't even discussed the majority of them. Arlen, Kamitha said that we should just pass them and then go back and amend them. And then when asked why we can't amend what we have, Arlen said it's really hard to get things amended. So I also have a question about how this changes our election exactly, because we
I
already
never
have
said that it's hard to
agenda
get things
out.
amended. Let me stop you. I never said that it's hard to get things amended. I never said that.
Oh, I'll have
I
to
said
go
we
back.
have a process.
No, I thought you
can go
did,
back and look.
Arlen. I thought
didn't
you
say
did.
it's hard to get things
And Chris
amended.
asked a question and you said it's hard to get
Takes
things
forever.
amended.
Yeah.
I don't recall, because it's not to amend something is a matter of getting it on an agenda with a meeting to vote to change that, to amend the articles.
Okay,
So
then I go
it's
back
not
to
that
my
shouldn't be
original
hard.
statement of why aren't we amending what we have?
Hold on, I'll defend. Arlen didn't say it's hard to get things passed. I said that multiple times. So that was not Arlen. That was Chris.
I'll have to go back and listen. I disagree.
Thanks, Chris.
And how is this changing our election that the agenda has already gone out for?
It outlines an election process. Since we've never had an elections section dedicated to defining how our elections are run in our bylaws. So it does, it does that will affect the outcome.
Julie, it would mean you would be part of the board because you're the secretary and your board seat would be available for somebody new to come in. That's how it would affect you
how
directly.
many people? I'm not asking just about me. It's
No, I know.
how many people are getting voted for.
But I'm saying, yes, it would allow another person to come into that open seat. Because it says 5 to 7.
Our election, we are saying there's going to be an extra seat open.
Correct.
A week before our, yeah. Okay, thank you.
And it does say in there, and I can acquiesce to Kamitha and Arlen, exactly how the vote is counted.
And that way also we would have an odd amount of total board members. As of right now, we have an odd amount, but if we were to include the officers, we have an even amount because you're in a dual role, which no one else is in a dual role. So this allows for an odd amount.
And electronic voting.
And electronic voting.
If the board approves it, it would allow
electronic voting.
Yeah, if the board set up, we do electronic voting. And then Julie, it also, I know going through after it gets to the board of directors and the duties of the officers, while there's change, I don't know why the statute has a chair board description, but it has chair of the board, and it just kind of refines also the duties of the officers and the board. Just further clarifies that the board has control and that the members vote people to play the role, not play the role, but be board of directors. So I know that we're going through Arlen. I'm like, what are the really are the changes? And it's not. I don't think that the further sections has as many has as many alarming changes as what we just discussed in number 4, Article 4.
I'm
Anyways,
going to interject right now and let you people know I need to step away for a moment. I need to take an insulin shot, so I don't want to die on you.
Can I move for like a 10-minute break? Can we get a second on that just to move for?
I'll second that.
third.
I'll second that.
Fourth.
Is Tammy even still here?
So reconvene at 3:45.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Go ahead. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Tammy.
Yeah. Watch it, what he can do, the way he can do.
The people Okay, so the people that I've been letting back in, just so you guys know, we're on a break until 3:45. That's why everybody's quiet.
Thank you.
Nikki?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Elaine. I saw your question. Could anyone elected vote? Are you talking about at the annual meeting?
Yeah, it says in here that um actually I got my hand up to be able to talk about it, but any individual serving as a director shall vote solely in their capacity as a director and shall not exercise voting rights associated with a non-director or membership role during their term. So when it comes to like voting for people, does that mean that officers, because you're elected, you lose your voting ability to vote during the election? You don't get a vote for president or anything like that because you are.
Yep.
Where's that? Because
Correct.
where is
That
that?
is, well, I'm gonna have my hand up and I'll read it in a minute, but there's like, yeah, that's 4.5 positions.
4.5 positions. Okay. Because I remember, that's why I asked you this. I remember the last time, I think we started with MALs and then went up the line. And then those people like MALs could vote for vice president after that, or whatever, treasurer, whatever officers and board members were above that. I think that happened at the last meeting, didn't it?
No. Members at large can vote still, but if you're on an officer or board member, you can't vote at that election.
Yeah, let's wait till 4:45 or 3:45 so everybody can hear this, because this is pretty, I think this is pretty important.
Oh, so I wonder why that is. Do you know, Lawrence?
Because you're at the executive level running the corporation, and we want people to be
Yeah.
elected by people that are in the organization. That's why.
Okay, I get it. But if there's a tie, then does the president vote? There's something about a president breaks a tie vote. Is that just like at a regular meeting?
With the proposed election process, we shouldn't have a tie, but if we do have a tie, we have in place runoff procedures between those tied people.
Oh, got it. Okay. All right, thanks. Nikki, I just wasn't sure if you were talking about this document or the annual meeting or what. So, okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, it looks like we have 1 minute left before total, but
I don't know what happened.
I want to say that Kamitha and Arlen, Kamitha has worked really hard on trying to get this the easiest way to try to present it to everybody. So I know they've worked hard on it. You know, I know it keeps coming back to the current bylaws and this and that, but do we really actually have a current bylaws? I can think of a couple different things that we voted on to change the bylaws and all that, but in all reality, the 2012 bylaws is pretty much it. I don't know what changes have been sent to the state or the treasurer, Secretary of State of Oregon to update the bylaws. that anytime that there was any changes to the bylaws in last
Tammy, they don't have to be
13
sent to
years?
the they don't have to be sent to the Secretary of State. They have to be kept on file for view at any time by the request of the state. That's it.
And are they?
A current working document must be available at all times.
And do we have a current one with all the updates?
Not to my knowledge, no.
That would be the duty of the secretary to keep that in the minutes book of the meetings where the appeal or repeal or amendment was made.
I have all the
But
minutes,
shouldn't
but I
that
don't have a working document of the bylaws.
I
don't even have access to change the bylaws.
I'm hoping that the document, the retention policy, that so if I go back and look at the bylaws, I'm hoping that we do proper document versioning control. And so we have a section down here that has a date, and we say something like put into place on this date, and with each change, it would be this date, this change. So version control in this document. I would hope that that is kind of part of probably the one and only policy procedure that I would want to be part of is just document retention policy. So I think this needs version controlled with a list of each of the changes. I think that's appropriate. So
I don't think it would be too, because that would help to know
Yeah.
exactly what was changed and when, and
Yeah.
to keep it the most up to date as possible.
Yeah, then
Are we back
Yeah,
yet?
the only other thing that I wanted to say is that I know that while they were doing this and the committee was doing this, it was not, I know that there was some comments made that, but I know that there was not anything that was meant to attack any one person. So, or two people or whatnot. It was only meant to help out for the organization to have a good set of bylaws for the organization moving forward. Thank you. You can go ahead.
So am I in the right section? So this is what we were discussing. I moved over to this one because it was out of order to match the text. So I made a comment on player representative of, is this something we could change? So in the end, if we change this, say, we could accept this as long as this was changed to this. I just made a quick little comment there to revisit this. Or I just made a comment. I highlight it. I want to highlight it.
A note about that is it's possessive right there on its behalf, where it says to vote on its behalf. It's underlined. Is that supposed to be a possessive? Like IT apostrophe S, like, or nope, down a little bit, right? Nope, down a little bit. The last sentence of that paragraph is highlighted. Is it a possessive? Nope, down. Last sentence. Right there. And vote on its behalf. Should it be apostrophe S or is it S without the apostrophe?
I think it should be apostrophe S.
I learned one thing in school.
Woo! Oh, look, it's still coming up on its behalf. On its.
It is right. Weird.
I guess they're both right.
Huh. It
Why
doesn't
is
like
voting wrong? Voting for members himself.
No worries.
Because they're not.
No, that's actually correct too. Okay.
Camitha, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
And Sam can confirm this. So according to the agenda item, it says adopt the bylaws in full. That does not mean we can't change a sentence. It just says we have to accept the entire document for voting purposes. And Sam can clarify that.
Correct.
Okay. So, Arlen, whoever's running this meeting, can we go back to, are we at a point that we can go back to, I know Ray has his hand up, Nikki has her hand up. So we go back to membership. So this is where I deviated to the other document because things were out of kind of order and hard to digest, is Article 4. My question is, the next section is 4.3, termination or suspension. Can we move on to this, or do we need to address Ray
Well,
and Nikki
since we're
first?
back, let's address Ray if you're still there, and then Nikki will follow. So Ray, you had something?
Might have fell asleep. His hand's been up for a while. Might have lost blood.
Can you hear me?
Ray. There you go. Yes.
So I just want some clarification. So clarification on this, the area that you're talking about is eliminating the player reps from voting to where only the committee and the board members vote on the elections and stuff a week before we vote on elections. Am I getting this wrong? Because it sounds like they're trying to eliminate player reps from being able to vote.
Oh, no, 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 no.
No, 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 not whatsoever. No. Player reps, members at large, and league operators are the voting members that would be voting in our elected officials. So
Okay.
that is no. It's those are the only three titles that will be voting in these elected officials: league operators, members at large, and player representatives.
Okay, that's why I wanted to get some clarification on it. Thank you.
They're
No
voting
problem.
in the elected officials, but they're not going to be voting on other things. Correct?
Right. So they wouldn't vote on like anything that's happening in the committees or anything that happens at the tournament. It would all be up to the committees at that point.
It would be up to the board.
board.
The board would be in charge and be voting amongst themselves to put forth things and do things what they feel they need to do with charges to move forward on the organization. So that's where the board would be taking over, and we wouldn't be involved with, do we need to vote on what color pencils we're going to have at the tournament for scoring, or do we need to even have pencils on there? That sort of trivial things, so that the day-to-day operations will be handled by the board, and we won't be voting on trivial matters so that they can actually function.
We get to
And the board will be bigger and will
Yes.
include the officers who have their certain, their lane that they are expertise in.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
No problem. Nikki, you have your hand up.
Yeah, Sam answered the question in there about do you if the Western BCA that you have to be a BCA pool league, and I wonder if that's something that in the future, not saying that we want to change that right now or that we're ever going to change it, but if that was a current rule that we pay however much money we pay per person for that is that a possibility to not be a Western BCA pool league? If we ever decide to go that route, is that something that can happen?
Are you talking breaking away from CSI BCAPL? Is that what you're wanting to know?
Yeah, and well, I'm not saying that we should or anything. I just, when I read it in here, I was wondering if it was on the original. And so Sam said yes, that this has already been a rule. We didn't add this in here.
Right.
And so then I just wondered if that's something that could be discussed at some point. Is there anything that makes it so we have to be part of that if we ever decided to look into that?
So what you're saying is, well, I'm not quite clear, I guess. You're wanting to know if let me break it down simple for me. You're wanting to know if we have to stay BCAPL/CSI, or if we can join with another organization like APA or TAP or VNEA. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I just wondered if anything like that, if it's an option, but I'm getting actually off topic. I mostly just wanted to know, was this added or was this already in there? But Sam answered it. So
Already there.
Thanks.
Yeah, that was already in there. So go ahead, Chris, you have your hand up.
Some feedback. So with this, I think we're still up with the voting member stuff, right? So when it came to elections, would the board and executive officers still carry a vote for the current elections? So in other words, as a board member, would I be able to vote for president, vice president, and fellow board members at an election? Or did I jump ahead like 5 paragraphs?
Well, you're way ahead on things from where we're at.
Okay, so if it's not the right section, I apologize. Just move on. If that's not the right time to answer it, just move on.
Yeah, that's covered under our 5 point.
Three?
Yeah, five, section
4?
5.
Okay.
Right now we're at 4.3. We're almost there, Chris. So keep the question in mind.
Yeah. So Arlen, going back to your notes, you had a comment about 4.3 when you evaluated all of this. And it's like, what's the real change? Because there's some words here, and I hate reading. So what were your notes on 4.3? Unplug your earbuds.
Okay, 4.3, termination, suspension, remove any player with or without cause by majority vote of the board. The board may suspend or remove any voting member for misconduct that adversely affects the association's interest, reputation. However, no member may be suspended or terminated except by the following procedures. And then it explains those. It was brought to my attention by a person about since we define what a voting member is, as far as suspension, would that be suspending the voting member, i.e., like a player rep or a league operator? Well, since the league is a voting member, would that be suspending the whole league? I see this as a crack. I see this as something that we stepped over because we, as a committee, thought of the individual being suspended, not the league being suspended. So I see this as something that we should revisit and need to set policy around how to remove a player rep, league operator, or league itself, and define that better in a policy and procedure portion. And
or
that
through
way,
the attorney.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the attorney's word. So I think this is something that just, hey, we want to just kind of modify this and clarify a little bit. So have the attorney approve that.
Yeah. So that's where I'm at with this. I see this as an issue that it was brought to my attention about a week and a half ago. And I didn't even think anything about it because I was like looking at it as the player, the person, the individual, not thinking the way that the other person was thinking about voting member being the league. And that was my bad. I'm sorry I didn't bring that up to everybody in the committee to go through this, but that is something I see we can sidestep and work around with policy on defining how to remove those players, a player, a league operator, player representative, and or removal of a league in its entirety. So that's what I had to deal with on 4.3.
Are we okay moving on? I assume if anyone has questions, they'll just raise their hand. So can I move on? I'll move on. You guys always tell me. You guys can tell me to move backwards.
When we get to the sections 4.5, that defines only one elected position can be held. Per Rosalie, the attorney, she was expecting if you're elected to the board and a league operator, you should remove yourself from being league operator to be the board member. We as a group said there is no way anybody's going to step down from being a league operator to just be a board member. So this is where we came up with this verbiage and she signed off of it as far as holding a role in the organization, where once you've reached your executive level, as far as director positions, your vote would then go towards your executive position vote, not your non-director or non-role. So that's
player rep can be on the board, and once you're kind of elected to the board, once you're elected to the board, it's almost like a step in hierarchy. If you're on the board, which means on the board you can be an officer. So once you're on the board, because they're all on the board, your voting rights as a board member supersedes that as the player rep. And the voting rights of a board member says they do not vote at elections. So we get that down below. But Lawrence, hopefully you're there and you tune into this, because this does kind of reflect partly the gap that you had mentioned post one of those meetings. So, but so you can stay league operator and be on the board, but your voting rights are as the board supersede that as a player rep.
Right.
Remember, Elijah.
And I see Julie's hand up.
Except at the annual meeting, then all of your voting rights come back.
Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah,
No, you're allowed to vote for yourself. I mean, we talked about this.
Well, let's get down there.
Okay. So can I speak? Is it my
Please.
turn? So this is saying that as a board member, I can no longer vote during the meetings for things that are brought to the membership?
Are you talking
Correct,
about
because you
which
reached an
meeting?
executive level vote. What meeting would you be voting in other than elections?
This meeting. How about this meeting right now?
Well, let's get to the meeting section, see if that clarifies that.
Well, no,
yeah.
You just set it up here, so I just want clarification before we move on. Yeah. Let's say these bylaws have been passed and there's an amendment to the bylaws at the next meeting. I don't get to vote on that because I'm a board member?
Correct.
Wow. Okay.
It states
Right
you
here.
can only hold one elected position, and so your voting rights, if you're a player rep or a league operator, the voting rights are superseded because you're a director. The director supersedes the voting rights and
being a
abilities of that.
director takes away my interest in the bylaws and things.
Because you're making decisions for the whole organization amongst the board of directors. You guys vote internally and run the business and run it in order. When it comes to anything, unless you bring something to the membership, we aren't going to be voting on anything technically unless it's elections or removals,
amendments to bylaws
or amendments. Correct.
So we're saying that the people that are volunteering to take on the leadership roles and do that work are no longer allowed to vote in the these operations that affect the membership.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying you are running and voting to run the membership day to day, run the organization
because I'm not changing the bylaws, so I can't. You're talking about we should pass these and then come back and do amendments. But if we pass these and then come back to do amendments, I can't vote on those amendments.
That is correct. Well, you are at this hierarchy. You are running the organization as a board. You are running everything, taking care of this business. The members get to choose who to put in that role. So the members get to choose who they want to put in that role. The members get to choose the members get to choose the bylaws of the organization. So like the quarterly meetings, anything that's put to vote in quarterly meetings is the members. The board does not get a vote. And the elections are the members are placing our superstars into the board position.
And saying, now shut up and don't vote on these things.
That's kind of a negative.
Well, you're saying you cannot vote on these things, right?
Well, because we put you in that position to make these decisions. The voting is the elections are who we're going to put in those positions. And then the membership meetings, any vote there is more or less advisory. You guys are asking advisory stuff from the members. We are technically making decisions because we can't make decisions, but then we're held liable. So we're not making decisions. You can put something out to vote as advisory vote anyway, because you guys are the ones making decisions.
So is there a change in here about who votes on the bylaw changes?
Let's see. And by the way, what I saw, I just highlighted. I just had it up on the screen.
Yeah,
the bylaw changes.
It's 10.3. This is for some reason listed as 19.
If I may, Arlen,
Please, Sam.
Changing the bylaws is covered in ORS very clearly. Yeah. And the ORS says it's up to the members to handle bylaws and bylaw changes. If I may also,
but I would still be a member.
You're not a voting member. The voting members are defined up above.
Yep. Please let Sam speak.
There's a quorum of 10, and we have kept that. The committee chose to keep that number. There are 11 board members. So the board, in effect, could have some obscure meeting at a location with all the proper notice and everything and change the bylaws. And we're taking all of that control and everything away. Plus also, if there's a special meeting to remove somebody on the board or something, we don't want the entire board being able to vote. They should leave it up to the members and bring their arguments.
Sam, it's right here, 10.3. The amendment to this, the bylaws are vote of the voting members, 2/3 of voting members, at any association meeting, not a board meeting. It's the association meeting in which bylaws can be changed. So at an association meeting, the board does not have a vote, and a quorum is 10, not including directors.
Correct. Okay. Yeah, that's why we wrote it like that.
Well, no, I mean, it's we as the state and the attorney. I mean, don't exclude me. I just kind of read it.
Well, okay. That's why I'm just saying the we is in the royal we for the committee. You're on the committee.
All right.
Okay.
So just to be clear, as a board member or an officer, well, and if the officers become board members, they no longer get to vote on amending these bylaws that you said we should pass now and amend later. So I won't get to participate in that, correct?
As long as you're in an executive position, no.
Okay, so if I vote to pass these bylaws, I am voting to not have a say in the future bylaws.
Right.
All right.
You are saying that, but what this also means is it's what you just said. So you have an executive level vote at that point to oversee the organization and how it's functioning and how it's tracking. So, and what direction you're steering it. So that's where your level of vote comes in, is at the whole top end of this thing, not at the bottom end with the rest of us voting members. So your vote is very much more important to how you're voting to run the organization than versus us as voting members, because we aren't going to be voting on anything but how to elect you people more than anything else. I strongly suggest that we look at that.
So, okay, where we were at was the positions, the dues. Nope, we were on 4.3, termination suspension. Oh, we talked about 4.3, right? You pointed out your executive summary about the changes.
Correct. We moved on to 4.5, and that's where we've gotten stopped.
Well, the dues, and you made a note that there's nothing changed there.
Okay. 4.5 is where we were left off, and I still have 2 hands up. Well, actually, I have 5 hands up.
Oh, 4.5.
Dealing with 4.5, Chris, please.
Yeah, so I think what we're missing out on here is that once we become executive positions, that, like you're saying, we no longer have an interest, but as long and the board and the executive people can decide to change the bylaws as long as it doesn't affect members' rights to vote, merge the association, sell the association, close the association, and there's a couple of other things. So the day-to-day voting, that's why the members elect. I'll just use us as the collective. We elect us to these positions to make those decisions, right? And that's why we kind of give up our vote in those matters, because otherwise we'd be voting twice, right? So basically, as long as we don't do things to affect their ability to cast a vote, remove them from their voting positions, merge the association, sell the association, or close the association, in fact, the leadership team or the board of directors can, in fact, amend these bylaws, except for where a 2/3 deal is needed. But I believe that you're trying to say that we don't get basically 2 votes, which makes total sense, right? We don't get to vote twice on things. I'm just concerned that I don't get to vote in elections, but Sam cleared that up with we get to vote in elections. So other than that, it actually makes sense and is, like you say, a hierarchy. That's it.
Well, that would be incorrect, because the board cannot go in and change bylaws. The proposed bylaws, and even currently the board can't go in and change bylaws. It takes a membership vote. So yes, currently, because you're a board member, everybody gets a vote. These new bylaws would make your board position the vote that you get to cast for board decisions and organizational decisions of day-to-day operations and running the tournaments, which is our only product that we produce. So
Are
when
we
it
required
comes to
by law and statute to have 2/3 of a membership vote to change our bylaws, or is that an organizational decision?
that is statute.
That is statute that we have to have 2/3 of a member's vote to change a bylaw. That's a statute.
That is in the statutes. That's what Rosalie said. That is per statute to change bylaws, 2/3 of the voting members.
Thank you.
So Autumn, have I answered it? Have we covered it, Chris?
Yes, you have. Thank you.
Okay. Autumn, please.
Okay, so two things. One, Sam had said, I just want clarification from somebody. Sam had said that board members and officers still are allowed to vote in elections. Is that true?
We had discussed that, but currently the way these are written, no, they're not, because they've reached an executive level and the board of directors is running the operation. So the membership is voting for them. They aren't voting for themselves.
Well, that's
So-
Oregon statute. We
And
found
that's-
that Oregon statute that says if you don't have any members, if you don't have any voting members,
Correct.
I think it just says members. So Oregon statute says if you don't have any members, then the board makes bylaws changes. But we do have members, so it's the members that changes the bylaws.
Right. And so, and board and officers, if these pass, will not be voting in elections. Only the members, voting members, league operators, player reps, and members at large will be.
So that's according to the statute that board members and officers do not get a vote in the elections. I understand Camitha just said bylaws, but what about elections?
Oh, well, that is electing their
Do you guys
voting-
have
so
that
if-
statute that you can read to us?
let's see.
I don't have it up currently, no.
Well, I have Oregon statute 65.311 that includes those for nonprofit corporations and homeowners associations do not explicitly prohibit board members from voting for themselves during elections. Directors are generally permitted to participate in voting, including elections of board members. That's ORS 65.311.
Kenneth, are you able to pull those up and find that?
Our bylaws supersede the states. A lot of their statutes will say, unless noted in the bylaws, this is how it will follow. This is how your organization will handle things. But it does say
therefore-
in our bylaws how they're handled.
So therefore it's not mandatory. What you're saying, Sam, is that you can just put that in there because if that's just what the organization wants to do, but
I
it's
was
not
only
mandatory.
clarifying between naming a statute and thinking that's what we're acting under and not. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Autumn.
Well, you just said that it says that if it states something in the bylaws, then that's what we can do, but it's not mandatory. It's not something that's mandated by the ORS 65. That's what I want to know. That's why I asked if somebody could read the actual statute to us so we could all hear what it actually says.
Which statute?
Saying that board members can't vote for themselves or anybody in elections.
Okay, I would have to search that. I have to find it. I have the ORS up, but
I just want to know where it says that they lose all of their voting rights in elections. The president of the United States that runs the United States gets to vote for himself. Why would a board member not be able to vote in our nonprofit
okay, I'm
organization?
not arguing with you. All I'm saying is that I don't know where that is, and that all over the ORS, that it says in there, unless noted in your bylaws, this is how you will handle things. That's
Okay.
all I'm saying.
All right.
I will now
Thank you,
try to
Sam.
find that area about the board members not being able to vote or whatever you're asking for.
So we are
Arlen,
not required by law to say
take
board
over.
members can no longer vote.
Except it states in here that voting members and players, or it says in 10.3, it says voting members, and then up top we identify the definition of voting members.
But it doesn't have to be that way.
Well, I'm not going to comment because that's kind of what I'm hearing. So ORAS 65, what I had focused on is, let's see, to search it, I had it. Well, why hide? Okay. ORS is available for everyone, member directors, or approved by third person. There's a lot there. Nope. A landscape architect board. We're not 805. See, we're 65. You know, fighting this under pressure. It's like, let's see, ordering.
Can we hear the next speaker while you look that up, or do you want
Yes, I think
Thank
so. As a matter of fact, if I'm going to be showing stuff, oh yeah, please do.
Yes,
I was
please.
suggesting someone else could maybe look this up because I've seen it.
Yeah, that'll happen.
So that'd be Martin.
Okay. So my current understanding is once they're elected to the board, any member is elected to the board, then that board member doesn't vote in the elections, but they vote on committee members, appointing committee members. If they're brought new bylaw amendments, they present that to the members and the members vote on it. So elections, they can't vote for themselves. Am I correct?
As per what we have written, yes.
Perfect. That's all I wanted to know.
Mike? Mikey D.
I forgot to lower my hand. I'm so sorry.
227 on this.
Nikki, you'd be next.
Do the league operators, so I'm a player rep, I become a board member. So my league operator, does he get a new player rep or does that league operator just lose those votes?
That'd be his choice to
So
replace
he could
you.
add a new player
he
rep
could
if he
re-
wants to.
He could replace you as a player rep since you are now a board member and continue with the same number of votes in the meetings for his league to be represented. Or he could choose to keep you on, but your vote is not going to be counted you would not be able to vote because your executive vote supersedes.
Okay, would I still have to be a player rep to be able to run for a board position?
Well, you're getting ahead of us again.
Okay, then I'll hold off on that. What about
we have
you
defined
as a
that.
league operator? We can wait till we get to that point. The league operator, do you get a vote?
Me? Yeah, a league operator gets to vote. The voting members, as defined already, league operators, player representatives, and members at large.
So, okay.
But as a
So the people that do all the work and all the meetings, that understand all the people involved and all of the stuff, we can't vote for ourselves and we can't vote for who we know helps us the most because because there's a law that doesn't actually apply to us.
Or bylaw changes.
Okay. Okay, that's all.
Okay. Elaine?
Yeah, in reference to Julie's concern about the bylaw changes, isn't it possible that the directors, the AKA the board, can have their meetings, come up with a bylaw change and propose it to the voting members? They can't vote on it, but that allows the membership to vote on it. It's not preventing the board from suggesting a bylaw change, is it?
Nope, not at all. You're 100% correct.
It's just preventing the board from having an opinion on the bylaw.
Members of the
Well,
corporation.
it's, well, you would have whatever it might be. Let's just use the player rep thing. If a board member felt that that was the case, then they would vote. I mean, what is the number, there's an odd number of people, so whatever the board thinks, that bylaw amendment would go to the voting membership or not. You would still have a vote, right? But and technically, yes, once it gets to the membership side for voting, you no longer have a vote, but you have a vote to get it to them. Am I right, Arlen? Is that
Spot on.
okay? Thanks. Because it doesn't seem right that they can't have an opinion on a bylaw change. And
Most certainly can.
I always thought that's how some of the bylaw changes came, was from the board in the past. So just wanted to
Correct.
verify that. Thank you.
Correct. You are
Okay.
100% correct. Most of the time when something was needed to be changed, it was the board of directors, well, the board saw fit that they needed to change this or that in the bylaws, and then they presented it to the members and said for the members to vote on. So
Okay.
that's current, that's still in play. That's
Okay.
not out of play. So next on the list, if that answers everything, is Tammy Conabear.
So here's my thought on it is in voting in the elections, and you can clarify this, technically, Tammy, her term is done when the election starts. So she technically could vote in the election because her term is done.
No, her term isn't done until
Technically, her term isn't over until the new person is put into office, which is within 30 days of the elections.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify.
By the way, I think I found one of the statute election and appointment of directors. So you guys can read that. Oh, I guess Julie, you're the only one with your hand up still. So this is the closest I found, and I think this is the one I found the other day versus 227.
Okay, well, we have one person left their hand up. That is Julie. Please go ahead.
So Sam said that the laws don't bind us if in our bylaws it says something different. Why is the committee choosing to say the board cannot vote either on daily matters at the meetings or in elections? Why is that a choice?
You're asking about two different things. So which one do you want answered first?
Either you choose.
Okay. Well, the board members will be voting on daily matters to run the organization. So they have that power to do that and the permissions to do that. When it comes to not having elected officials vote for themselves or vote in the elections, that was per Rosalie that most standardized nonprofits, once a board is elected, the board officials do not vote in elections. That is per her to us as far as the way things go. Once you've reached that executive level, the people under you are the ones that put you there, and they're the ones that can put you there or take you away from there So that you don't get a vote in that say. That's how she said standardizing nonprofits work. So that's why that is there.
But that's our choice. It's not a law.
Are you seeing my screen, Julie? Have you read it?
No, I've been talking.
Yeah, ditto. I would take a chance, I would glance at that. So this is what I remember saying about if a corporation does not have members, which entitled to vote, which we do. So just kind of glance at that. And you can take note of the ORS number.
While she's reading, I see
Where
Autumn's
that
hand up.
has anything to do with what we're talking about. If a corporation does not have members entitled to vote for directors, all the directors except the initial directors must be elected, appointed, or designated. Well, we do have members entitled to vote for directors.
Exactly. Members. And it's identified, the definition of our members is in section 4. Or voting members defined.
And it have to, yeah, never mind.
I think what you're trying to say is, do we have to make sure, do we have to keep the board of directors from doing it? Can we go against this in definition? I think what you're trying to say is, can we make it a bylaw that says the directors are able to vote? If we did, is that out of compliance?
Right.
Yeah. Oh, of which I don't have an answer for, but I think that's what you're kind of getting at.
Yeah,
Could that be
that's what I'm getting at. I'd like to, it's just another thing. Yeah, never mind. Thanks. I'm good.
Could that be another one of those line item changes that we were talking about earlier?
Do we have a list of the line item changes so far?
One. That's it. One. I made comments. But I would actually encourage Suzanne, Arlen, Sam. I remember the attorney talking about the roles. That's what she said. You have to define your organization, define the roles of people, that the board of directors do not vote on things. They vote internally in the board, they run the organization. And then it's the members that are non-board members. It's our job to hire people and put them in place. If we don't like what they're doing, then we replace them. But the board does not vote on, which, I mean, I agree, it kind of seems awkward, but it was something that came from the attorney.
Correct, because that's where the checks and balances come into play. Because the checks and balances come into play with the membership. If they don't like what's happening with the board, they vote you out. If they don't like what's happening with an officer, they vote you out. Or they can impeach you.
How does that have anything to do with the board being able to vote at meetings?
Which meetings?
Which meeting?
Membership meetings.
They won't be allowed to vote at membership meetings.
It's a membership meeting.
They won't be allowed to vote at membership meetings.
As a board member, I'm no longer a player rep.
Correct.
You can still be a player rep for your league, but your vote, as I stated earlier, Julie, can still be a player rep if your league operator chooses to have you as a player rep, but your vote as a director supersedes any vote as a player rep. So you will not be able to vote in anything that is put before the membership because you're at the executive level. Your vote trumps a lot of things versus ours.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't trump bylaws, and bylaws are very important.
Can I interject something here?
I have one person ahead of you, Martin. That's Autumn. She's been patiently waiting. I'd like to hear her weigh in.
Okay.
Okay, so going back to my question when I asked if there was something in the ORS 65 that stated something other than what is written in the proposed bylaws. Under ORS 65-227, voting entitlement of members. It says, unless the article of incorporation or bylaws provide otherwise, each member is entitled to one vote on each matter on which the members vote. So Rosalie may have suggested that as a suggestion to put that in there, but there is nothing binding saying that we can have it any other way. And you need to remember that you guys keep stating that you don't want a board member to be able to vote for themselves in elections but there's other people to vote for. So you're taking away a vote of a member of the association to vote for the president, if they're a board member, to vote for the president or the vice president or the secretary or the treasurer. Like that's not okay. You're taking away a voting right of a member. So I understand regular membership meetings, because if these bylaws are passed moving forward, anything that's brought to a membership meeting is already going to come from the board. So within those board decisions, a board member will have a chance to make a decision. They'll have a vote of yes or no. That's fine. But when you're talking about bylaws that change voting members and all players' rights and elections, a board member should have the opportunity to cast their vote.
Thank you. And going on to Martin.
This pertains directly to the vicarious liability that we were discussing earlier. This separates the board from the members. The members vote on certain things that takes the liability off of them and places it to the board. The board can have let's say the bylaws committee brings up something they need to change in the bylaws. The board recognizes that, says, okay, let's see how it goes. Then the board votes to take it to the members. And then the members vote on that adjustment, not the board members. Then when it comes to elections, the board members sit back and listen to the members, and the members elect those specific people. Yes, the president has the right to vote for himself, but within this organization, I think it's a better setup to put that person in place and let them deal with the board members' things, the day-to-day operations, and that separates us from the liability of those decisions. Very well written. I agree with it 100%. That's it.
Thank you. Chris Nordling.
Yes, sir. A point of clarification from you. So, assuming we have a situation similar to what we have now with the president and vice president that are league operators, I would assume that they would also not be able to vote, but their representatives would. Is that correct? Like for elections and stuff, like if they're, this time they could not vote for themselves or board members or whatever. So no matter who it is that's in those executive positions, they essentially, I'm a survivor here, but they essentially lose their vote, right? Going to tribal council, right? Is that what we're saying here? Arlen, no matter who's on that, it's they lose that vote.
Correct. The director vote supersedes any vote. Your director vote is superseding of your membership vote or your member vote. So
I'm
that
elections,
is
though. Like when you're saying that the board members wouldn't vote in elections, president, vice president, would that also be inclusive for those that are league operators?
correct.
Okay.
Because they're still, if these pass, then they're going to be a board member, which supersedes their vote.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. I see no more hands, so let's move forward.
Okay, that'd be on dues, because we'll get to annual meeting soon. Dues.
Dues, there was nothing of significance changing it.
If anything.
It does change. The only thing different is we are not voting on that as members because the board would be handling those day-to-day operations. So that would be something that they would handle versus having to take it to the membership to see if the membership wants to vote in higher dues or lower dues. But it would be handled by the board. That's their duties.
That's
again,
the only
day-to-day
change.
operations.
So we don't get to change the cost. The board does. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Moving on. Go ahead.
No, I remember this was a duplication remuneration that was in several different places. So
Remuneration was listed in, I think, two, if not three places in the old bylaws. Um, it now deals with a different section of the bylaws to where it's been handled, and most things refer to anything when it comes to remuneration to see number 6.5, I believe, is one, and 1.3.
1.3.
So that's the anything to deal with remuneration.
Okay, so the member meetings.
Member meetings. 5.1 is new. It requires minutes to be it clearly states the requirements of minutes, and it lists the duties of every membership meeting, the rules that we follow, attendance list, quorum if it was met, exact wording of every motion, things we do now, and then all minutes to be retained and recorded to the association's permanent document retention policy, which needs to be written. So that is currently what we're doing now. We have a minutes book. Things are put into that I'm aware of at that point. But then we're moving. That just explains that what we need to do. Where are we at?
5.2 annual. So there's three membership meeting types.
There's
So the one's
three
annual.
three different meeting types are defined instead of just membership meetings and putting it in as a whole. We have our annual meeting, which it defines nothing more than what we're going to be doing at that annual meeting. And it does leave room in there to conduct other business that comes before the association, but primarily it's to elect officers, board members, and members at large. So that's just explaining annual membership meetings. 5.3 other membership meetings, regular meetings is what we classified them as, which the board should hold these meetings, and they're nothing more than to tell us players, us voting members or players, what's going on. It's a matter of reading reports of, hey, this is what we got going on, this is what we're doing. We're not going to be voting in every meeting like we have been for the past umpteen years, unless the board sees something needs to go to the membership. That's that's the only way we're going to be voting on things, is if the board sees fit to bring it to us. So where are we at?
That can only be a straw vote capacity, though. We still can't legally vote for it. The board would still have to go back and vote for it for themselves to absolve us of any liability.
Correct. That they can put it out to the membership and get the feel of what the membership wanted to do. If they can't decide, then, if they have a matter that they can't come to terms on and agree with, amongst themselves, then yeah, they can bring it to us as members and say, okay, here, we want to put this out to a vote and see how you guys feel. And that should sway the decision of what the board wants to do, or what direction for the board to travel in at that point. But it's not a binding vote at that point. It would be a straw vote, like Sam said, just an advisory vote.
Yeah, it seemed like, Garland, when we're looking at the before is a couple sentences, and then all of a sudden, boom, it's like a couple paragraphs. But when you actually read the context, it's kind of like, okay, so that's what we do now. But it talks about summaries and the time frame, just certified mail. Let's see, summary
It breaks down a
reports.
definition of our meetings
Yeah,
and
agenda reports.
submit it.
Yeah.
Which, when it comes to submitting reports, that should be done through a policy, not through the bylaws. So, to submit it, to get it there.
Does that mean so that means that our policies and procedures around this could say, we've decided our policy is no, if you want to submit something to discuss, it has to be 4.2 weeks ahead of time. That's a policy, right? Because nothing in here determines those rules and regulations around that
Correct.
structure.
Correct.
And Tammy has her hand up.
Go ahead, Tammy.
Conabear.
Tammy Conabear, are you there?
Oh, sorry. So the only thing I see in that is that as part of the board report at each meeting, then they have to submit what their agenda item was and how each board member specifically voted on that agenda item, whether it's a pass or a fail.
Correct. And that's to promote transparency so we can see how these people that we have elected are voting and in matters that are of interest. Chris?
Is as you kind of, I appreciate the fact you guys are kind of paraphrasing moving through this. Are there any major changes that are going through this? Because I hear you kind of just reading through saying stuff. Are you? Is there anything we need to be aware of that's significantly different than the past bylaws at this point of the paperwork? It's like I understand the report. I see Cam with the highlighted report. I thought we did that already, but maybe we don't. Um, okay, but so are there any major changes or changes other than language that we need to be aware of in the section that you're kind of just skipping over?
No, not really. We're doing these things now. It's just an explanation so that we know that this is what we're supposed to be doing.
Gotcha.
So that's what it amounts to. A lot of these bylaws are just, we're doing a lot of them right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's just simple explanations or in-depth explanations on things on a lot of stuff. And
so as you guys have moved through this, you guys have done this obviously a bunch yourselves. Not everybody is going to be as versed as you in these things. So what might seem normal to you might raise a red flag for somebody else. So I just want to ask whether there's any major changes we don't know about. Just point those out. But I appreciate how you're speeding through it because it's making this go a little bit faster. Thank you. That's all.
So I do see something that is slightly different. And if I was on the board, I'm like, oh my goodness, we actually don't do this now. A summary report of all the actions by the board that have transpired since the last membership meeting. Okay, we're supposed to do that. Let's say what we do. Will be sent to the membership. With the meeting notice, including how all directors present at the meeting voted for each agenda item.
I
see that
Lawrence, but I think that he does that because I know that he records our votes and he records the other leadership votes. But I'll let Lawrence respond to that. But I think that he and I will say that as a board member, he does a very, very good job of we're organized. He asks us for our specific agenda items. We stick to those agenda items whether we like it or not. So I'll defer to Lawrence on that, but I think we already do that.
Well, from my perspective, I'm not saying whether we do or don't do it. I just know that if I recall meetings, I don't know that I see, I've heard Lawrence mention it, but I don't know that I see this agenda item. We voted on this said yay, nay, yay, nay. He's referred to it before. I don't, I mean, this was kind of awkward for me. I'm like, oh my goodness, I have to record
It's on
everything.
the website.
And it says
all the
each
meeting
agenda
minutes from the boards on the website. I know it says each agenda item, and I've been trying to do most of that way for the last year. Sometimes it doesn't have specific names like Lawrence voted for this, yes for this, or no for that, but because it wasn't required before, right? Our only requirement before was that we did minutes and didn't have to publish them. We just chose to publish them. So this says that we're going to do it. So then we'll end up doing it that way. We've been doing a similar version. So
nice. So then this wouldn't be too much of a change for you then. I know I get board meeting minutes from a different organization, not pool related, and they put all that stuff in there. It's like, wow. But so Arlen, I'm sorry, when it says different changes, it's like, well, we say we do everything now, but we just, if you want to go word by word, you might want to just say that. Okay. I was just wondering, Chris.
Moving on, please, Nikki.
I'm okay with everybody knowing how I vote about things and great, but I am concerned that why we vote for certain things you guys don't see all the details of why a decision's being made. And so if somebody is seeing, oh, we didn't let somebody get a exception, we can't write why, what all the reasons were in there because it's privacy of why that's going to happen. And then the person those people don't get reelected because there's a bunch of privacy things that they don't know what's in there. Also, the question I have right now is on 5.6-F. What does plurality, what does that voting stand for? Does that mean we're going to be voting differently and are we set up and ready to do that? I've never voted like that before.
We're just about there.
Yeah.
We were just about there. Can I hold off on answering that question until we get there?
Yeah. So what do you do about the voting thing though? When it comes to how people are voting on stuff, how do we put all that in there? Because I would like to make sure everybody knows everything, but there's things that they're not gonna know. Like there's
Arlen, isn't there when it gets to the board, so this is just membership meetings, but when we get to the board section, isn't there a I don't know the right words, sorry, but isn't there like a meeting called executive or something that's private that they don't have to publish that information? Or am I wrong?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Any executive session is dealing with confidentiality matters. So when you're holding an executive session, it's because you want to discuss things in private. So there is a section, we'll get to that as well, that deals with executive sessions for the board where they're not going to have to disclose. They'll disclose that they took a vote and how each person voted. They don't have to disclose what it was voted on. So in your scenario where giving an exception, we voted for an exception and A, B, and C voted yes, D, E, and F voted no. That's all. That would be what you need to know, just so that we know how it was voted. We held a vote for an exception. There's nothing that I would want to see out there if it was me wanting an exception to a rule or something. I wouldn't want them out there public either. I get that. So you don't have to disclose that. It's just that you have to disclose that you took a vote, did a vote, and at that point, that's the vote. But
so it goes through. So I just know that there's been people that get penalized and they get attacked they get like actually attacked. And people tell me that they hate me because potentially we voted a certain way when they don't know the reason why that was happening. So is that going to be more of a thing than it is already? Are you saying that they have to say that the
I
names
just
or
said the
no?
opposite. I just said the
Okay.
opposite. If you're holding an executive session, an executive session to vote on something that's for confidentiality matters, something private that not the membership needs to be aware of. Um, Again, the best one you came up with was an exemption for the tournament. If somebody had 6 weeks in and you're voting on, you don't need to disclose who that person was or what you voted on, other than there was a exemption voted on, and this is how we voted on it. You don't have to disclose who that was for. But yeah, it does require you to record who voted and how they voted. And that again is I believe it's in ORS 65 that you must record the who and how they voted, but not the what they voted on, as far as person. But
Are we gonna
go ahead.
are we gonna get through all 19 of these today?
There's not 19. There's not 19, there's 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 10.
And we're on 5?
Yeah. The once we get through, we're in member meetings, we're board of directors, The board of directors just kind of clarifies the roles. I personally don't think anything's weird. Officers, it's kind of same thing. There's a couple changes, and then committees, corporate records, hardly any changes. I mean, I think once we get through this, a lot of this is familiar and should not be any surprises. That's what I mentioned earlier.
Right. I have one hand up, Elaine.
Yeah, I think I don't think the board in executive sessions would go crazy. I think personal information, yes. When I read that, I thought of grievances. That might be something that where Nikki's referring to. We voted and we keep it private, right? The one thing that I saw when I read this was in section 5.4, you guys mentioned summary reports. And then 5.4 is about notice of membership meetings, and it says the notice shall include blah, 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 blah. But it doesn't say and summary report. So you mentioned it above that should be sent out. But in the last sentence of 5.4, it skips summary report, but summary report is mentioned a couple, before that the membership would know about it. I'm just saying you're missing the phrase summary report in 5.4.
Well, if it has format and purposes, if the format and purpose of the meeting is to show summary reports, yeah, I guess one could say where are the summary reports.
Yeah.
But I mean, this says format and purpose. So if the format is to give, see, the notice shall include the meeting's date, time, place, and format and purposes. So
Well,
if it states the
format, I
purpose,
took format not to be documents. I took format to be
onliner.
we're doing this online meeting,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. That's what I thought. Anyway, I'm just throwing.
They're trying to specify here that all the extra verbiage like Suzanne came in and her underwear were showing or whatever that doesn't
God.
need to be added in.
Right.
But the objective, the response, and the voting needs to be laid out in bullet form.
Oh yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm just saying that.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
when
what
it gets
they're
nailed
trying to
down.
eliminate a 20-page report on a meeting that happens every other week or once a month.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
That's about a membership meeting, though, Suzanne.
Yeah.
That's not a board meeting. Okay.
Where's the
Correct.
place that says 10 voting members, not
Keep going.
okay. So special meetings.
That's quorum and voting. 5.5.
Quorum. 5.5.
Oh.
Oh, you're talking about that as far as that, or were you wanting to talk
No.
about a special meeting?
No, this is what I was looking for. The attendance of
This
10 members.
this has changed. The attendance of 10 members, not including any directors or officers. So, since this is dealing with membership meetings, so a quorum must be met with 10 members, excluding the officers, because they don't get a vote in membership meetings. So we have to have at least 10 members in attendance to hold a meeting. That's what these are stating. Before it was 10 members, and that included the board of directors or the officers. Well, if you have 7 and 4, you already meet your quorum. So they were able to do that. This is, since the officers and the board members won't be voting in these meetings, it takes 10 members to reach a quorum. That's the difference.
Perfect.
Okay.
Now we're getting down here to Nikki, where you wanted to be. Elections.
I'm gonna switch to this document because it's wider and I see more text on the screen.
We're at 5.6.
Is this completely new? Yep.
5.6.
This is pretty. There's some. Do you want to go through it really quickly, Arlene? It's pretty straightforward.
It just deals. All it's doing
Elections.
is the only points that I have out on 5.6 that I wanted to hit on was making it a plurality vote system. We deal with that.
Arlen.
and allowing electronic voting means.
Mhm.
If the board chooses that method, then we can certainly do that.
Okay.
This opens the door wide open to holding any meetings remotely.
TV timeout, Arlen. This section is new. It was I mean, the attorney approved this, but this actually answers the question. And this is something the attorney put in. It had elections are by voting members, which votes their administration at a board. And she changes to say elections are conducted by ballot by members at large, player reps, and league operators, which is how the membership is defined. So this does say, Sam, that the board and officers do not vote at elections. So full disclosure, before someone says it, it's right there.
Okay, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah.
Go on.
And then nominations could be from the floor. Okay. And then this is a bunch of little verbiage about this basically says when there's more than one position, if there's 3 board of directors, positions open, for instance, and then you put all the names on there, the ballot must say, okay, we have 3 positions open, you can vote up to 3. And then that's what that's basically says, kind of wordy, but it really, each sentence has a point.
It breaks down our voting procedure is what this section does.
Yeah.
How votes are counted, where negative votes for a candidate won't be counted, only affirmative votes will be counted because that's the way elections are done.
Zach Bash's blanks don't count.
Yeah, there's it's
Prohibited.
negative voting is prohibited, but you've skipped past where I wanted to talk to Nikki about her. She was asking about plurality.
It's
and if
Seth.
we're set up to do that, that would be at
5.6.f, as in Frank.
Yes.
Plurality.
She was asking about plurality voting and runoff. Nikki, are you still there? I don't see you on my screen, so
Yeah.
please go forward with your question.
Yeah, what does it mean? What does it mean to do that kind of voting?
Short answer. He
right
who
here.
gets the most wins, and the next person down wins, and the next person down wins. If you have 4 seats available, the top 4 vote getters will receive the seats. This will streamline elections, making it a plurality system. Some people say popularity system, but it's plurality, and you vote for whoever has the most votes will be seat 1. Whoever had the second most votes would be seat 2, so on and so forth for each available seat. If there is a tie, then we would do a runoff between those 2 people who got the most votes of those 2 people in a revote, and that would elect it instead of having to reach a majority of 51% or a majority of votes. We don't have to keep voting over and over to elect each seat.
It's right here, plurality.
Yeah.
Meaning the candidate or candidates receiving the highest number of affirmative votes shall be elected.
Yeah.
In the event of a tie, runoff.
Yeah.
Does that
clarify anything for you?
Yep.
Then authority.
So, Michael, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I'm just struck again. These are such huge changes. My God, the voting of elections. Wow. But anyway, hey, it's 5 o'clock. Tammy, this is for you. Tammy, are you ending the meeting now?
No.
What are we doing?
Leave.
I'd say, are we going to vote? But it's already literally 5 o'clock. The are we going to vote discussion was 30 minutes ago, and we didn't have it. So, I mean, are we done? What's happening?
Well, I was letting Arlen and Kenneth go to get as much as we could get done.
Well, I think it's literally 5 o'clock, and we've literally done that. Is my point.
So So you wanted to shut it down right here and not accomplish anything?
No, no, not at all. I wanted to vote 30 minutes ago. I said it a bunch of times in the comments, but I didn't want to interrupt anybody. But no, no, frankly, I wanted to vote 30 minutes ago. But now it's literally 5 o'clock. The invite was for noon to 5. People have lives. This has gone on for 5 hours. No,
Actually, you're wrong, Mike, because I said on the special meeting agenda, it says April 26, 2026 at 12 p.m. I did not give a time frame.
Okay. Okay. Well, then that's okay. I've been wrong before. I'll be okay with that. Well, it's been 5 hours. Yeah, I don't know. We gotta do something, guys.
Well, in
Can
all
we
fairness,
call?
I'd like to
Can we
recoup
call for a
time.
vote
We
right now?
You are within every right to call for a vote. I don't think it would be appropriate because we
Okay,
haven't
I
covered
want
it.
to call for a vote. Does
I-
anybody second that?
Mike
Vote of
D
what?
seconds that.
Vote of
Okay.
what?
I want to vote for, I want to call for a vote, a motion to keep the current bylaws the way they are. Request a report to identify what portion is not legal right
No,
now.
Nikki, you can't
Yep.
do that. There's
You can't do that.
There's only one. This is a special meeting. It can only be about that agenda item.
Okay, then I just want to call a vote on whatever we're going to vote on. So I want to,
Yes, you can certainly do that.
You can do that.
okay. Thank you for the correction.
So what's your vote
I
again?
would like to point out that this would be the perfect application of Rob Cameron's adjournment attempt right now to just end the meeting. That would be appropriate.
Well, I think it's okay to vote. We've heard a lot of this stuff, and you guys said that you're not making any changes to anything at all. So
That was
I never said that.
That was never
you
said.
guys are just saying that all the way through this, that you can't make changes, that it needs to be
Certain
voted
sections.
on the way that it is.
I don't want it to go to a vote because we haven't gone through everything. We haven't, Article 6's board of directors, we haven't even touched it. And that's a big one.
Really?
Let's just table it. Did anybody second your call for vote?
I did.
Okay. I'll bow to that then.
Then
Yep,
what's
me
the vote
too.
again? The
What
vote
is the motion on the floor?
To
There is no
call
motion
to
on
a
the
vote
floor.
on your guys' special meeting, whatever that vote's
Oh,
gonna
wait a second. You can't call for a vote when there's no motion on the floor.
Okay, I'm making a motion on the floor. I thought that's what I did. Made a motion on the floor to call for a vote.
Yeah, but there's no motion on the floor for you to call a vote for, is what I'm saying.
I'm calling.
Nobody has made a motion.
So
I'm making a motion.
So can I
It would be
actually?
nice if we could just move to table this.
Okay. So Nikki, what I'm guessing you're saying is, can we just either vote now of yes, put these in place, or don't put them in place?
Isn't that what the vote's going to be at the end of this anyways? So if there's 20 of these things that we don't think should be in here, then we are, or if we love it all already, like we already probably have our decision made up of what we want. And this way we don't have 15 people in here at 10 o'clock at night when we're done, because we already have had 8 people leave.
So would it be put motion of approve the bylaws as is with this?
Absolutely not.
modified? Okay. Okay, what's your motion?
My motion is, what's the motion right now on we had a special meeting to say you're gonna go through this stuff and then we're gonna vote at the end. And what's that vote?
Arlen, this is you, but we don't have a motion. We're going to vote on it. But we already discussed that we wanted to, at the end, take a look at things that change and put a motion that says, approve these based on this changing. But that hasn't been specified or.
I want to make a motion.
Thank you for the help.
Who is that?
Martin Taylor. I make a motion that we vote on these bylaws as they stand in their entirety.
as they stand with no changes made.
I second that.
Correct.
Does this mean that we would be keeping the bylaws that have been in place for the last and rehashing what
I
The motion that Martin stated is that we vote on the bylaws proposed in entirety. That would be the motion.
I second that motion.
haven't discussed them in their past.
So now it goes back to Tammy to handle the motion on the floor.
Would that include opening
Okay.
up?
Go ahead, Chris.
Well, yeah, I had my hand up before everybody else made their motions. Would that, if it goes back to Tammy, does that include the ability to have a discussion? That's a clerical
No,
question.
it goes back to Tammy to handle discussion
Okay.
of the motion on the floor.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you. I'll stop. Thank you.
Right.
And I'm going to put my hand up.
So this is a yay or nay vote, correct?
That is the motion on the floor, Shirley. Yes.
Thank you.
Tammy?
Well, we can spend 7 hours discussing it.
Oh, okay. So what am I doing? Sorry. I was looking at my special meeting bylaws that I sent to Julie, and it did not have a 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. So that wasn't what I sent. So anyways, go ahead. What am I doing? So I am asking about the motion for to vote on the current bylaws, on current proposed bylaws as they stand right now.
Correct, and it's been seconded.
Correct.
Okay. So for the vote, let's go. What do we want? Abstain? Or you want it? Well, I guess Julie does roll call for the votes.
Discussion.
Yay.
Discussion, if I may.
Discussion.
Discussion.
Motion on the floor allows for discussion. Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
And can I just say, yes, it was my email as secretary that said 12 to 5, because that is what, for the last 10 years, our meetings were listed as. I got the agenda for this meeting at 9 p.m. on Saturday and told to send it out Sunday. My bad. I didn't notice that it wasn't 12 to 5.
Thank you, Julie.
Who really needs or did Shirley have questions or for a discussion?
Shirley, did you have questions about this, discussing this?
You're muted, Shirley.
No, no. I want to lower my hand. There we go. Okay, sorry.
Okay, I think we can hear you now. You're unmuted.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to get my hand down.
Okay, thank you, Shirley. Martin,
Sorry.
go ahead.
My apologies.
So entirety, looking at these bylaws, the only issue I have out of all of it is the player representative issue. Everything else lines out. Everything else covers liability for players, for the board members, separating those liabilities. Everything I can see. Very good work, guys. And I don't know if anybody knows this about me, but I'm a retired sheriff's deputy and I do a lot of legal paperwork. This was done right. That's the only issue I have as a player representative being reworded. And we can deal with that later. This takes care of the voting, everything for everyone, and it separates the liability from the players and the board members, which is the biggest issue right now. Anybody can be sued that's part of BCA, Western BCA. Now, with this new set of bylaws that stops that cold in its tracks, yes, we can discuss everything later. Not a problem. Looks good to me. So let's have a vote.
Arlen, are you calling on people? I see Autumn next.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I am
go
not.
ahead, Tammy.
Tammy is in
Well, I
charge
was
of
just
this.
gonna
Okay.
say sorry, I was just gonna say thank you, Martin, and Autumn, go ahead.
I would just like to say that I think that it's highly irresponsible of us as player reps, league operators, anybody that's representing our players to just vote blindly on something that we haven't finished going through. I know for myself that there's things that I still don't understand and I would like explanations. And I think that if people are tired of this meeting and they're just trying to end the meeting and just vote right now, then maybe the motion should have been to postpone the meeting to the next membership meeting so we could pick up from where we left off.
That wasn't the motion.
Oh, okay, thank you, Autumn. Next, Trina, go ahead.
I think I read through it. I've gone through it a few times, spent a lot of time reading the documents. I deal a lot with legal documents myself, HOAs, so on and so forth. I like everything except for the player rep section on individuals with disabilities, but I think as a group, we've already decided that we're all going to change that. So I think we need to just go ahead and vote.
Thank you, Trina. Julie, go ahead.
I don't remember us saying we were going to change that, but and while I agree these may be legal, I also don't think they're the only way things can be done. So legal is one thing, correct is another. They can be a different way and still be legal. That's it.
No, thank you, Julie. Go ahead, Chris.
I think we need to take a look at this from a couple different points of view. First of all, we're being asked to change the complete structure of our organization, which we've been told several times throughout this meeting is in legal compliance. And we are not in danger of breaking any laws as a corporation, as a not-for-profit corporation. I think it's incredibly difficult to make decisions that took 4 to 5 years of writing them to have 2 weeks to digest several pages, asking for changes, highlights and changes, and asking for clarification, and getting responses like, "Well, just do it yourself and just read it. That's your responsibility. This is why we need faces on the board." And so, quite frankly, to jump in and just approve it because it's one gigantic document, to me, it's a lot like a filibuster where there's a lot of things stuck in there to definitely change the way our organization is. If we are indeed a collective collection of league operators operating as one cohesive unit, remind ourselves that this task, the committee didn't understand or didn't know their charge when I directly asked them that question. When I said to them, what is your charge? Their answer was they didn't know. So for them to go through and not just rewrite these items, but to go through and spend association money when the board got literally chastised for promoting youth billiards in our community and got free advertisement for it. This committee took it upon themselves to meet with the attorney, maybe with prior authorization, that's fine. But to meet with the attorney and decide to change the direction and the makeup of our association without any, it'd been different if the other 26 or 25 league operators said, "This is a great idea." we need to do this, but they didn't. They went and they were tasked with overhauling, or I'm sorry, not overhauling, with making sure we were in compliance, and we ended up with an overhauled versions of our bylaws, which I'm in favor of changing a lot of those things. I'm not in favor of just lumping the one vote together, saying winner take all, and then we fix it later. This association has a history of it not being very easy to fix later, to change bylaws. In fact, I tried raising my hand when a big deal to me came up of nominations from the floor a week before the elections. We still don't know who's running for all our board seats. We still don't even know if people are running unopposed, because we allow this. And we had a chance to change that today in our meeting. We could have rewritten that part of it if we felt like it. So I just wanted to throw caution into, yes, it might look good on paper. And I haven't been here nearly as long as some of the other people, but I can attest to what I've seen over the last couple of years. And I just think that while these bylaws look good and do deserve our support, we should take our time and think about approaching them on a piece by piece basis. That's all. Thanks.
Okay.
You're calling me. Yeah. To address Chris, yes, you're correct. I was not given an actual document written of charges of this committee. That, I believe, was never handed. It was never handed to me. I was asked to pick up and take off on what we'd been doing and go with it. So when you say I don't know the official charge, well, I've been on the committee since Bill started it in 2023, and my charge, as explained to me then by Bill, was to revise the bylaws and bring them current and compliant, which is what we have done here today. So I think I've fulfilled that charge as far as what was conveyed to me by the former chairman of the committee.
I just want to say something. I took over the tournament committee, and with it very recently, like after the last event, and within 24 hours, I had a charge that was sent out by the president last year, and that was the very first thing that I did as a tournament committee. And my leadership styles for our committees might be completely different, and I'm not downgrading any of the work and any amount of time. We put a ton of thought into this. It's just very difficult to pass something that we don't have as much knowledge about as you do, and that's all I'm trying to say. It's not your fault you don't have the charge, but like I say, it's unfortunate that wasn't part of the deal. So sorry, man. I really do appreciate you, brother.
So
yes,
I just want to well, you can talk some more too. I just want to jump in there as the bylaws and policies and procedures. That was an ad hoc committee, if I'm not mistaken, that was done when I was VP. Darren was president. Bill on the board. Bill was appointed the chair. So I looked. I do not have any copies of any charges or anything for that committee. That committee, as an ad hoc committee, is to get the bylaws completed and done in compliance, and then the policies and procedures to go along with that. That's how I understand it. So when Bill stepped down, I asked Arlen if he would be chair, and that's where we are today. And I have to give them kudos, because it was a lot of flipping work that they did trying to make it right the way it should be, and easier to understand than our old bylaws that are all, anyways, a mess. But anyways,
I appreciate that, Tim. And I guess I didn't know the difference between an ad hoc committee and a standing committee, and that charge could have been given 8 years ago, and I wouldn't have known that because I wasn't privy to that information, and I shouldn't expect as well.
Yeah.
I
But
understand that.
I mean, Julie might be able to, as far as the meeting minutes goes, and be able to say differently, but I am like 99.9% sure that it was an ad hoc committee.
Sure. That makes sense. And I mean, to become current is one thing, and to become, in compliance with the law is another thing, right? Because current means we just changed some of the language within the writing. We made it easier to read. We made it so you don't have to have a law degree to understand what's happening.
Yeah.
But a lot of it, when we restructure the organization, that's a big deal. And whether or not the league operators choose to do that, that's their right? That's their total ability to do that. It would have just been nice to have a directive. If they would have said, hey, 30 of us voted and we said yes, then it's hard to say no to what you want. We don't ask any that I'm aware of. There's no membership dues to be a league operator in our association. You just have a league, you sanction with CSI, and you get in. And so, if this is truly a collective, it should have been a collective effort. And again, Arlen and his team have been amazing. I'm not going to discount that whatsoever. And they have some super knowledgeable people on there that know way more about the stuff than I ever want to. So I'm not trying to discredit anybody's work. I just want to make sure that we're not arguing over bylaws next year. Instead, we're arguing over where to have our next biggest tournament, which once we get past this, I believe that's where we're heading, right? Our next big event. And that's, that is important to me, obviously, as the tournament guy. So I'm just trying to represent the players that I talk to and the members, the voting members that I talk to, and make sure that everybody has an equal say. And that's all I'm trying to do. This is not coming, from a board position. This is coming from my position. So I appreciate you guys letting me talk. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Arlen, did you want to say anything more?
Call to vote.
Okay, so we are calling to vote to accept the proposed bylaws as they stand right now. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we're good on that. Now, does Julie want to call roll call to get her votes in?
You're saying as it stands, as the way this new proposal stands right now, saying yes means we're going to have this as our new bylaws. Saying no means we're going to have our old bylaws. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so again, I'll do the roll call vote. It's yes. In favor, opposed, abstain. And when I get to the end, if I haven't called your name, we'll ask for that because people have come and gone. So Rob Cameron, I don't think Rob's still here. He had a tournament. Rob Cameron, are you here? Ryan Huntoon, I don't think is still here. Martin Taylor.
It is a astounding yes.
Arlen Grosjean.
Yes.
Johnny Landis. Johnny Landis.
Yes.
Was that Johnny Landis? I'm sorry, I can't hear. Okay, I know Johnny's still here. Did anybody, was that her that just said that?
She said yes.
Okay, thank you. It's a little hard to hear. Vic Albertson.
Yes.
Linda Knight. Rose Wilson. Rose is gone. Rose is gone. Suzanne Mackey.
In favor.
Sam Rubito.
Yes.
Emmy, is Vic still here?
Yeah, he said yes. You asked Vic for Vic, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I got it. Sorry. Michelle Jensen.
No.
Robin Adams.
No.
Chad Bisconner.
No.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
No.
Nikki.
No.
Michael Deichman.
Opposed? No.
Brittany DeWalt.
Opposed.
Julie Fraser. Opposed. Tim Fraser.
Opposed.
Sue Ledger.
Yes.
Cindy Medina.
Oppose.
Carolyn Morgan. Shirley Morgan.
No.
Chris Nordling.
No.
Melissa Reeves.
No.
Slate.
No.
Okay, that no. Uni Slate, not Ed Slate.
No.
Shelley Huntoon. I think she is gone. Ray Seibert. Ray Seibert. Tamitha Grashong.
Yes.
Eric Tate.
Yes.
Elaine Everly.
I'm Tammy. I'm on the phone. Yeah, this is where I live. This is my cell phone number. I figured,
Elaine Everly.
Yes.
Chavez. Trina Chavez.
Yes.
Yes. Dave Chavez. I thought saw Dave was here.
Yes.
Pat Mitchell.
Yes.
Chris Boatman.
Yes.
Autumn Frampton.
No.
Lawrence Frampton.
No.
Richard Phillips.
No.
Ed Slade. Now it's your turn, Ed.
No.
Jeff Beers.
Yes.
Carla Jean Beers, yes.
Stephanie Crystal.
Yes.
Tracy Cunningham.
Yes.
Tammy Conabear.
Yes.
Casey Contreras.
Yes.
Tara Fry.
Yes.
Harvey Stanley.
Yes.
Nancy Ann Kennedy. I think she's gone. Angela Busenbark.
Yes.
Leah Hurst.
Leah left.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Jason Larson. I think Jason was
Yes.
right on us.
Jason, yes.
Oh, thank you, Jason. Debbie Hollander Haney.
No.
Carly Watros.
No.
Aaron Sullivan.
No.
Mike Crystal.
Yes.
Did I miss anybody? Anybody not vote? Okay. I'm going to add them up.
Is this 2/3 or is this majority?
2/3.
2/3.
Correct. 2/3.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7. Okay, it is 25 yeses and 20 opposed. So it doesn't pass.
Not quite back to the drawing board, team. Just a matter of now, the next presentation of going through the rest of it and fine tuning some of those little things that we don't agree on.
I'm actually glad that it didn't pass because I don't want the Western BCA membership not passing something that they don't completely understand. So if it did pass, I was going to make an all-out effort to talk to whoever and try to help them understand what was going on, because there's going to be a rush of stuff before next Sunday that would have had to have happened. So
Correct.
I'm kind of glad it didn't pass. I look forward to the next meeting.
Thank you, Arlen.
Thank you, Arlen and Tamitha, for the great presentation and answering questions. Oh, Elaine, if you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I counted 26 to 20. Is there 46 people?
I had 25-20, Elaine.
Okay. Was there 46 people?
It needs 2/3.
Well, I don't know what 2/3 is. I'm just reporting that I counted 26. That's all.
I think I saw 40. I think I saw 45, and then 2/3 of 45 is
45. Oh, okay.
I
That's
thought I
cool.
saw it's online, but regardless.
Ed Slade,
Not
go
quite.
ahead.
Yeah, I just want to commend you guys on doing a great job. And I'd also like you to think about breaking it up into like 3 meetings or something. Because I mean, this is 5.5 hours and we got through over half of it. I mean, you're talking about a 10-hour meeting to do the whole thing in one shot. You know, we've been asking for it to happen in segments. I really think you need to look at that. That's all I got.
Well, one of the reasons why it wasn't is the lawyer actually recommends not doing it in the segments as well.
Well, the lawyer isn't here. The lawyer doesn't run the association. The lawyer, we ask her questions.
Okay. Thanks, Ed.
No,
Chris, go ahead. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks again, guys. It's you did a great job handling some really hard questions, and you probably didn't want to sit there and be grilled for 5.5 hours on your work. So I look forward to seeing what the final product looks like, and hopefully we can get this passed so it benefits our association and we can keep moving forward.
Oh, and
Take care.
I think we should make you come to every meeting where we talk about the next meeting, all the meetings, Chris. Come on.
So I don't know what's that.
Come on. We should just make you come to the next meeting, all of them.
I want to.
Okay. I mean, I just want to help you guys. I really do. I just want to see it. There was a lot of great stuff there, Cametha. I really, truly believe that. And so if we can hammer out the tiny details and drag it out in a meeting, I'm all for it. I would accept the invitation as long as they didn't conflict with my other meetings. I would totally do it as long as I have time. So if you're being serious, I'm being serious. If it takes a step up, I'll do it.
Well, I'm just a peon on this committee, but I do want to say from a peon perspective, I appreciate when the opposition, I appreciate it being presented in a professional, polite manner that speaks volumes, which is the way it should be. Thank you.
Yeah.
Because it's not personal. This is not Arlen. It's not Cam. It's not Sam.
Exactly. And I sat in that meeting with you guys, and I totally agree with the attorney on a lot of those things, and with you guys on a lot of your ideas. And in the end, when I stepped into the association, there was a lot of this, right? A lot of fighting. I just want to go forward, and the leadership team will tell you, I say this a lot. I'm just looking forward to try to see how we get better. And if this idea gets us better, then why not? If it's been a 30-year fight, why not? And we continue to grow. I face challenges on my own committee of how to please everybody. And that's a group of players that want to come play pool and not lag. You know what I mean? Like, these are all things we've got to talk about. So I would be, if that invitation was extended, I would do it. and I would just give you my honest input and can listen to that, and we can have adult conversations. So I appreciate that comment, Camitha. That means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Darlene.
I just want to state that I think this meeting was sabotaged from the beginning, with the tactics that were used to try and undermine anything that we were trying to move forward and progress. It was trying to stop. That's my personal feelings about the whole matter. I don't understand where it came from out of left field, considering Rob Cameron was on the committee, even though he never attended any meetings. So I just feel like no matter what was going to happen today, people were already set in their decision before we ever even cracked open this meeting. But
well,
I guess we'll keep working at it and see what appeases the masses.
Well, you did get a majority, but I think there might be a little uncomfort zone of the fact that we didn't get through the rest of it. So,
And I'm sure we're not going to have many new members. And honestly, I think we're on the downslide of the rest of the items in there. The board, that reading over the board changes, I think will make the rest of the document all fall into place, and they'll understand all the other little changes, and the questions will just go away. The board's in charge.
Yeah, the board's going to get a lot of control.
Yes, bringing these in pieces, because I don't see it ever getting passed in one fell swoop. I won't vote for those player rep changes. I won't vote for the board voting changes. So I think there's people that are not going to vote for certain things. And if we're going to make anything happen, doing it in steps at a time is how it's going to happen.
I disagree with that, but I do agree that the making the player rep modifications, that the one comment that I highlighted, I mean, that's, I think the committee needs to look at the hotspots, and that was a passionate conversation. So I think, the committee should look at that, which I'm on, but yeah. And I too have MS, and looking towards me, I might actually be blind myself someday, or at least double vision. So yeah. So Autumn and I can be blind, and we'll just run the whole show. There we go.
Well, I think you guys did a great job at answering questions and presenting it. So thank you for all your hard work and everything that you did. You do. I appreciate you. I thank everybody that showed up and was on the Zoom meeting. Yes, it was a long one. It's definitely something that needs to happen for the Western BCA as an organization. And I hope that there can be a new, updated, in compliance set of bylaws that can get passed here soon. So anyways.
Well, people start to drop off, maybe a quick little lessons learned, because I am a project manager by trade. I don't know how we could modify the presentation, because as I explained, going through the reason why the before and after, just looking for any quick tips, anything that you guys may have. I don't know that we can change the presentation, because I don't know a better way, but any comments on a better way to present it that you think? I'm just curious.
I don't think it was hard to follow. Like, I think that when you had it side by side and you were able to adjust the fonts, I could read that a little bit easier. And I just think that the hard part is everybody wants to get to the good stuff, and they don't want to hear the boring, mundane stuff. But sometimes that's what the stuff is in that boring stuff. Like that one little sentence cost us like an hour in that meeting, right? And so that just things like that. But I mean, you guys did a great job of taking constructive criticism. That's hard. We're volunteers, man. Yeah. Nobody's paying our bills with this crap. You know what I mean? Like, and I feel for you guys, because I've been in those shoes, and I've seen other committees be in those shoes where you put all your stuff, your hard work into it, and people go, you know what? And so we all have our own attachments to how this is supposed to play out and how we envision the Western BCA. It's about bringing those all together and making one thing happen and making sure we can keep moving forward. But from a presentation standpoint, Camitha, and and Arlen probably doesn't like to be on camera. He seemed like a little uncomfortable, which is totally understandable. But like being able to push through those and go, hey, if there's no other questions, we just need to move forward. Because I think once it stalled out, that was kind of, does that make sense? Like it wasn't your fault. It just happened to stall out because people were tired. It was a lot. And we didn't get to the good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you call the good stuff?
Well, I think the good stuff to me was the reorganization of the board, right? How you included it went from, I think that was super important. I think that eliminates a lot of what.
Just a second. They're saying, because it has, are we adjourned? Yeah. If you want to leave.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Whoever wants to stay and talk, go ahead. Because I guess there were some people that were still wanting to leave.
Sorry.
Okay. But go ahead.
Adjourned, sorry.
Yep.
No worries. No worries. I know
Yeah.
Suzanne has a question and Nikki too.
So is the meeting adjourned?
Well, I mean, whatever.
Stay and talk to Cam.
Bye, everyone. I'm leaving.
I make a motion to
Okay,
adjourn.
well, I can't go whatever. I have to have a time in here. So if we're not adjourned, we're not adjourned.
Nikki, just stop recording.
Oh yeah,
Not
I will.
yet. I have a question.
Julie,
I have a
Julie,
question, and it's important.
You.
Go ahead.
I'd like
Suzanne.
to, I'd like to ask that, is it possible to send out an email asking for questions to be submitted to Arlen in advance so that he can do some research on them? And it just would be really helpful to keep things moving along if he says, I got 6 of this same question and here's the answer to it. Because a lot of the questions were asked a different way, but they were the same question. And it was kind of jumping back and forth. It would also give us a sense of comfort that people were actually paying attention to it and were looking at it and reading it. Because I get the sense that some people showed up and had not even looked at the documents that were sent out. So I'm not trying to badger. I'm just trying to give constructive criticism that I think it would be helpful if we were to ask people to submit their questions in advance.
Yeah. We heard during the voting, you heard a little whisper, say no, say no, say no. Gee, obvious. Hello. Oh, sorry, Nikki. You had your hand up.
When you guys are working with the attorney and they do that red lined format, if you guys could forward that on to the group, and some people might not look at it, they might like the cleaned up version. But I like the read out version as much as you like the clean version. So that would make it really good.
We'd have to get permission from her because she stated multiple times that she didn't want stuff being shared. She offered to do the letter, but there were many comments that she made. And so I'm not sure if she would allow the red line thing to be, I don't know, and all of her comments. I don't know. We'd have to ask.
Okay. I would love to have a letter back from her. If you guys could put that in writing and ask her so we can see that. Because if we get a letter from her saying, no, she can't do that, that's one thing, then just we don't know. So
yeah, that's why we asked for the letter. So from her.
Well, we can find out and get it sent probably. Anyways, anybody else want to talk about anything before we go?
I'm looking forward to the meetings next week. I really am. I cannot wait to vote 5 times or 4 times to elect board seats. I am so looking forward to that because we need to then at that point reach a majority. So I am so happy that's going to happen.
Never
and
happened.
It does happen every time, Julie. You have to reach a majority.
Not in person.
Yes, you have to reach a majority to get somebody elected. That is true. And so if you're electing multiple seats, you have to reach a majority for that person to get elected. Then you're going to have to run the election again to get multiple seats. Otherwise, you have to reach a majority on every person that's elected into the board. That's the way the rules are now. That's the way it goes.
Who made it that way?
Forward to that.
What's it say?
Yeah.
For elections right now.
What's it say for
Does it
elections?
actually say? Well, here.
It doesn't have an election sections. Therefore, we go by majority rule. That's how our votes are taken, is by
Here,
majority.
I can
So
do
since
Control
it's by
F.
majority, we're going to have to be by majority on every person elected. Or hope everybody's happy with that. I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to vote for every
Sure
person.
you are. I'm sure you are looking forward to it.
I am.
Turn your phone down, Arlen.
Sorry.
No, I understand the frustration, and that's something that's, you know, I feel for you guys. So I got nothing else, Kenneth. Anytime you can reach out to me, my email's out there, and I gladly, phone is good, whatever you want. I'm not always the best person, but I'll be fair and honest, or at least I try to be. So, and my opinion is, of course, what it's worth, nothing. But I do appreciate you.
Please. Thank you. It's not my committee. I'm just doing the tech geek.
No, I
And I
understand.
insert where I have an opinion.
No, I understand. And Suzanne's probably right. Like, the attorney probably didn't want us to read every little thing. That's why she wrote one big letter. And I get it. Like, not that it's a lawyer like withholding information from us, but there's 1,001 grammatical errors that we don't need to know she changed. That's why I just kept asking, like, what are the big changes? Make sure you tell us what the things are. And voting is one of those, Arlen. Like, that would have been huge to know. Like, I didn't think of it until you said it, but we literally have to vote somebody 50% plus one for 4 different board seats, right? Like, that's gonna be we're gonna be there a hot minute.
Yeah, let's remember back when we had 2 positions open for member at large and only 2 people running, and how many got elected at that?
Exactly. No, you're not wrong,
because
man.
the majority only elected one, and couldn't reach a majority on the second seat. So, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Sorry, man.
Well, so do we know who is in control of the structure of the elections? Oh God, is it next week?
Yes.
So we have to go to Washington next week. So here's my real question. So normal voting, I mean, what totally makes logical sense, which unfortunately we had to type it up in that election section. But for board affairs, I'm making up numbers. How many board seats are there? 3? That's up for election? 3? Okay, so 4. See, I wasn't wrong. 4? Holy smacks. Bring everyone's grandma and mama. Okay, so if there's 4 seats open, then is it going to be pick your top 4 candidates, and then is it going to be plurality? Or is there really something, because I think the majority is in a policy and procedure, because I don't think it's in the bylaws that says majority. I've looked at so many words, maybe it is there. I'm like, bylaw, coma. So sorry. So I'm just curious. And we can't do remote because we didn't get the bylaws passed. So it has to be in person.
We could have done remote anyway because the agenda has already gone out last week.
We could have done remote.
The agenda went out that it was an in-person meeting next week, and the agenda went out last week.
There is something in there that I was wondering about that. And of course, if the bylaws pass, of course, the board could then choose to do remote. And at that point, there's something in there which is, I think, overly picky, but it's state statute where people have to identify how they intend to participate in votes. But it's like, hello, if you're in person, we know you're in person. If you show up remote, you're remote. But that is also around whether ballots are sent out ahead of time, and we do in person. I'm sorry, it's live elections, what it was. Live elections versus sending ballots out. I think there was a path that it could have happened. It's a tight turnaround. I had a procedure.
Every way we've done it for the last 15 years that I've been involved.
We're getting close to it, though. I think the Depoc's done a really good job at putting something together so we can do that. And I think it'll really.
Oh, I'm all for online voting, but I don't see how we could have done it next week.
Oh, I already had a process. Lawrence knew about it because I told him about it. I'd be curious to see the cost of paying Deepak to do it, to build something in our site. But I did find an application and we talked about it in March. Regardless, it didn't.
What's the application?
Tammy, why don't you call the meeting so we can?
Thought she already did.
Oh, she did.
We stopped
This is
recording.
just sitting around
Oh,
talking.
okay.
Yeah.
This is all off the record on
I
the.
didn't hear it get called. Is it, Tammy, is the meeting called?
Yes, I said it was adjourned. So like if Tammy or
Yes,
Sydney,
it may
whoever
be.
wants to leave, they can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I recall Lawrence saying to stop the recording. So that at that point,
Yeah. Any reason to hang around?
So
Questions?
this whole voting thing, Arlen, let's just throw out there that right now Ed's running unopposed and Ed wins. That would mean his board seat is now available. Would we also then have to run that for a 50% plus one?
well, his board seat is coming open. He could, if he's choosing to run for president,
His filled in
versus the board. So his board seat will come open,
Yes, that's
no matter what. So
he's actually elected through next year. Me, Jackson, and Ed are all on the same schedule. It's Nikki, Julie, Lawrence, and Dave Chavez that are up this time.
well, as per our current bylaws, the president and the treasurer cannot hold two positions.
Right.
So if he's still a current standing board member and his position is not open to be where he can step down from the board to step down to be the president, he can't be elected to both positions.
Right. So election is first. If he's elected president, he would then have to step down from the board. Or is he to step down first and take a chance?
He would have to step down from the board before he can run for the board or run for the seat of president.
Huh. Really,
because you can't be both, and he's still a sitting board member at this time until the election. He's still a sitting board member.
He wouldn't be president until June, so he could step down before he became president. If he became elected, he has 30 days to step down as a board member before he becomes president.
But as they read in the bylaws would be, you can only hold one elected position. And since he was elected to the president, he's still an elected board member for those 30 days. So it would be against the bylaws.
He's not the president for 30 days after the election.
Okay. I see your point.
Argued.
I get it.
Yeah, we're just trying to make sure that we don't want to have to vote for 5 or 6 people. That's why I was asking, like, it would have to be, so the board isn't going to be 50% plus one. It's going to be this person got this many votes, which is more than this person. Like, explain to me Arlen's version of what's going to happen on Sunday, please.
Oh, we're going to vote for a board seat and 4 people are going to run or 5 people are going to run.
Just like
and
before.
you're going to have to, there's 4 available. So if 5 or 6 people are running, one of those 5 or 6 has to reach 51% to get that seat. And then you're going to have to vote again for the second seat that's available to achieve 51% to put that person in.
I would like to hear from the people actually doing the ballots and going to be there at the meeting doing it.
People are running. Let's say there's 8 people running. There's 4 positions that you're voting on. You can, more than one person can get 50 plus 1 votes.
But if they don't, let's say there is 8 people and there's 4 seats and one person who gets 50% plus 1, then there's still 3 open seats. So then the other 7 people run again and then suddenly.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So the way that it was done has been, you've got your 8 people. Say one person got the 52% of the votes and the others were just under it. Okay. So now you take, so for sure that person got it. Now you're going to do a second vote where you've got
7 people.
So 7 people.
Right.
Now you're going to do that vote. So
if nobody else reaches, then that's it, right?
Yeah, and we can also drop off like the 2 least amounted vote people to limit it to the 2 less. So if you got 7 people and say like like two of them only got like say 5 votes, not very many votes. Okay. So you eliminate those.
Chris Garrison.
Still have the other 5 on there
Mhm.
to then send for a new vote.
And if none of them reach the 50% plus one, the remaining seats would be open, or do we vote until those positions are filled?
We try to vote until those positions are filled, unless it is absolutely impossible to get there. and then it's been done for a month later. We do a special meeting.
Okay. I remember that we did a special meeting before. I remember that part. I just want to make sure that we don't go to the meeting and like all have different all people have a different idea of what's happening.
Chris
I'm sorry, what?
No, that's right. That's right.
Oh, yeah, I just heard something in my ear. So okay, so if let's say one person gets in, we drop off the next 2, and of those remaining 5, nobody gets in. We're going to keep trying to get elections until it's obvious we can't do it.
Yep.
Okay. I'm just going to prepare myself for what it's going to be. So, all right, cool.
Yeah, on WPBA last night, and here he is. Heck yeah.
Somebody's.
Well, they're talking about the Beavers. They must be Beaver fans. Oh my word. Eileen, I don't know who that is.
That's Elaine.
Oh, Elaine. She's a Beaver fan.
That's Elaine. That's Elaine.
So
Okay, well, we'll just do what we have to do and see what happens, and I'm sure we'll all survive. And it'll
We
be.
called that Mike got it.
Uh-oh.
well, thank you, everybody.
Hell on the
Thank
camera.
you, everybody. I appreciate you all. Take care of yourselves. Bye-bye.
See you next weekend.
Okay.
Out of here.
All right. They decided that Mike got it. I couldn't tell on the camera.
Copy.
See y'all next week. Thanks for being here.
Bye. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just sending all the stuff that I need to start sending. Um, hmm. My mouse went away. Ah.
Mike's got the break.
Let's delete that. Why is my screen frozen all weird?